Chapter 2737. Who would withdraw from the academy in the past? No wonder Lin Ling dared to clear the rankings. The previous battle was just a warm-up. This was the real strongest Lin Ling. The current Lin Ling was even more ferocious than when he fought the left minister's student. Yixuan's pupils constricted. He had used all his strength and borrowed the power of the ancient lake, but he still couldn't shake Lin Ling? Lin Ling, where did the surging power of the world essence in his body come from? Kill! Roar! With a roar, Yixuan once again used all his strength and pounced towards Lin Ling. His palm had already turned into a white water dragon. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Looking at the white water dragon, he ruthlessly slashed out. The turbulent realm energy fused with the sword heart, splitting the terrifying white water dragon into two. Lin Ling stepped forward, flames billowing, as if he was an evil charm to the world. You won't be able to defeat me. You gave up on your principles and became stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. You have already lost the will to win. You seem to be fighting for the dignity of the Resplendent Academy, but in reality, you are nothing more than a lowly dog. Where is your dignity? To me, you are nothing more than an ant. The contemptuous voice caused Yixuan's body to tremble. He was the king of the Resplendent Academy. His talent, his strength, and his reputation were all things that everyone had to look up to. Today, he represented the Resplendent Academy in this battle and carried the hopes of many people. However, in front of the man in front of him, he was just a lowly dog. He was just an ant. He didn't believe it. He didn't want to admit it. If he admitted it, then the Resplendent Academy would also be an ant without any dignity. However, although he didn't want to admit it, he had already admitted it in his heart. The current Lin Ling was indeed too terrifying. He was actually a flawless genius from every angle. Yixuan Dongfang, don't forget the Academy's nurturing. At this time, Din Qin sternly shouted. Her eyes were red because the disciple she was most proud of was actually afraid of Lin Ling. This also showed who was the strongest of the Resplendent Academy's generation. The voice caused Yixuan Dongfang's eyes to turn red. He used his strongest attack. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was really so strong. The entire lake was under his control. It surged and flooded the sky. After controlling the lake, Yixuan Dongfang spat out a mouthful of blood. Controlling the lake's water had exceeded his limit. However, he looked at the sky as if the heavenly river was flowing backwards. He couldn't help but excitedly shout, I won! In his opinion, the water of the entire ancient lake was definitely enough to kill Lin Ling. How pitiful, it didn't even hurt a hair of my hair. However, as soon as his voice rang Yixuan the sky. In the middle of the heavenly river that was crashing down, a man was faintly discernible. With the speed of 6 worlds, he easily dodged the water of the ancient lake. His Xian. 6x? Xian Academy to perhaps only those exceptional talents, and even Green Province's 9 great heavens had this type of speed. This meant that Lin Ling had instantly crossed through 6 realms. Even though the ancient lake was powerful, it couldn't touch Lin Ling, so what was the use of it? I've said it before, you're just an ant in front of me. The faintly discernible voice, mixed with a thick sense of disdain, still rang out. I'm just an ant? Dongfang Yixuan was in a daze as he floated in the sky. His fighting spirit had been pushed into the abyss at this moment. He no longer had the heart to fight. This was because he did not have the soul power of the left minister's disciple. Facing the 6 realms speed, he could not catch up to Lin Ling and could not harm Lin Ling at all. If Lin Ling wanted to defeat him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. The hearts of the spectators trembled. Dongfang Yixuan, the king of Resplendent Academy, had the mandate of heaven. However, in front of Lin Ling, he had no power to fight back and was completely suppressed. Moreover, Lin Ling was clearly attacking Dongfang Yixuan, making all of Dongfang Yixuan's methods useless. Moreover, his words made Dongfang Yixuan feel that he was very lowly, like an ant. This was also attacking Resplendent Academy. In the past, who would withdraw from the academy? Dongfang Yixuan, You can still fight, don't give up on yourself. At this time, Din Qin almost rushed into the ancient lake. She ferociously roared, but her face was getting paler and paler. However, Dongfang Yishuan stood motionless in the sky. At this moment, he did not listen to Din Qin's words. Lin Ling walked forward and walked towards Dongfang Yishuan. His right hand reached out and easily grabbed Dongfang Yishuan's neck. Then, he walked towards the ancient lake and indifferently looked at Din Qin. Din Qin, I'll ask you 3 questions. First, is this the symbol of your resplendent academy? And the disciple you're most proud of? Lin Ling's voice was very calm. There was no arrogance in it, but there was a thick sense of sarcasm. Din Qin stared at Lin Ling. Her heart was in chaos. If Dongfang Yishuan represented the pride of Resplendent Academy, then what about this pride? It was like a dead dog. As for the geniuses of Resplendent Academy, their faces were pale. They were so humiliated that they had nothing to say. Since you don't want to answer, then I'll ask the second question. May I ask, was it me who withdrew from the academy that day, or was it Resplendent Academy who abandoned me? Lin Ling asked again. These words made Din Qin's heart ache. Who was the one who withdrew? Did Din Qin dare to answer? Everyone's eyes were bright. If Lin Ling was trash, then Resplendent Academy would look down on Lin Ling and abandon Lin Ling. Everyone agreed with this statement. However, Lin Ling was trash? Since you don't want to answer, then I'll ask you one last question. You once said that after leaving Resplendent Academy, I would definitely decline. Is that true now? Lin Ling's voice turned cold at the last question. Din Qin opened her mouth wide. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. At this moment, not only did she feel embarrassed, but she also felt a deep sense of regret. She thought that after Lin Ling left Resplendent Academy, he would definitely decline and return with his tail between his legs to admit his mistakes. However, the result before her eyes was completely different from what she had expected. After leaving Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling had become stronger and stronger. This meant that Lin Ling didn't need Resplendent Academy. Din Qin had thought too much. Moreover, she suddenly thought of something. What if she put down her face and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Ling? Without a doubt, the most dazzling thing today was Resplendent Academy. In fact, this was also the moment when Resplendent Academy broke the record of Azure Province. The moment this thought appeared, Din Qin's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her face turned even paler. Perhaps she was wrong. She was wrong from the beginning. As a dean, relying on her status and strength to intimidate the disciples would only have a short-term effect. Moreover, if she met a genius whose arrogance reached the clouds, the effect would be the opposite. However, if she relied on protection and nurturing, then today's situation wouldn't have happened. Chapter 2738. One move to determine victory. This also explained why falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were willing to risk their lives for Lin Ling. Various thoughts flashed through Din Qin's mind. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, the Resplendent Academy has indeed treated you unfairly in the past. Before she could finish, the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy knew that Din Qin had admitted her mistake. She wanted to take the initiative to ask Lin Ling to return. However, no one was surprised by this decision because missing out on Lin Ling was equivalent to missing out on the glorious future of the Resplendent Academy. The Resplendent Academy would no longer be resplendent. I've already withdrawn. However, before Din Qin could finish her words, Lin Ling interrupted her. Din Qin's jaw dropped. There were thousands of words in her mind, but she couldn't say them. As for the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy, they were speechless for a long time. Dongfang Yishuan, you are a pitiful person. You thought that by giving up your dignity, you would be able to become stronger, and you would be able to occupy the position of king of the academy. However, the day you gave up your dignity, you also lost the heart of a martial artist. Ignoring Din Qin, Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Dongfang Yishuan in his hand. You kill me. Dongfang Yishuan raised his head and said dispiritedly, Even if I don't kill you, you're already dead. Lin Ling faintly said. After which, he waved his right hand and threw Dongfang Yishuan to Din Qin. Dean Qin also caught him. Her gaze was complicated as she looked at the disciple she was the proudest of in her hands. After which, she looked at the young man in the ancient lake. At this moment, she understood that Lin Ling was the proudest existence of the resplendent academy. Sigh. Dean Qin sighed and left the ancient lake with Dongfang Yishuan. Lin Ling, you did it. Looking at Dean Qin's complicated expression, Ancestor Dragon, Vice Dean Gong, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling had proven himself. Although they already had an intuition about this scene, after witnessing it with their own eyes, the feeling was completely different. After all, not just anyone could make an overlord of the Qing prefecture feel remorse. Brother Lin Ling, you've taken back your dignity. Just as you said, what you did was not to prove that you're stronger than the geniuses of the resplendent academy. Instead, you wanted to prove that even though you, Lin Ling, are a disciple, you still have your dignity. Yu Yu and Xian Yuan looked at each other. Their eyes were moist. They were proud of Lin Ling. Everyone on the Great Cloud Mountain was looking at Lin Ling. At the moment, they were no longer mocking or cursing him. Instead, they were filled with deep admiration. It was also because Lin Ling had entered the final battle, which was also the most anticipated battle. Grim Reaper. Number 1 on the Sky Surpass rankings, the ruler of the world. In the past, the Grim Reaper had once spread a rumor that he had fought with Lin Ling and that Lin Ling had suffered a crushing defeat. He was like a stray dog that didn't dare to face the Grim Reaper. Everyone firmly believed this rumor. But now, they were shaken. Lin Ling was so courageous. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? Lin Ling was so proud. Was he a stray dog? Lin Ling was just too disdainful to explain himself. He had erupted in silence and used his strength to explain everything. Final battle. Come up, Grim Reaper. Before the referee announced his opponent, Lin Ling had already spoken. Under his voice, a surging aura erupted. Lin Ling raised his right hand and flames spread out from his body. Rings of flame constantly shrunk and turned into a huge fireball. From afar, it was as if a blazing sun had risen from an ancient lake. It was a ghastly sight. Flame Wheel, Lin Ling's strongest trump card. He has finally used it. Moreover, the battle hasn't even started and he's already using the Flame Wheel to welcome the Grim Reaper. Does he want to defeat the Grim Reaper in a straightforward manner? If he wins the final battle, he will set a new record in the Qing prefecture. Sensing the terrifying power of the flames, countless people were shocked. Grim Reaper, you once said that you defeated me. At that time, I didn't bother to explain. Let me tell you now. At that time, you were only tied with me. You didn't have any advantage. Perhaps you will say that you didn't use your full strength. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago. However, what I want to say is that things that haven't become reality are just rumors. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the Yun Mountain. At this moment, he completely erupted with all his strength. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would destroy Buddha. I want the first place on the heavenly crossing list. Who dares to compete with me? When Lin Ling's voice drifted out, even more people's blood boiled and their emotions surged. Admirable. This guy is indeed getting fiercer as he fights. So proud. Facing the Grim Reaper, he actually turned the tables. Perhaps he can win. Excited voices began to spread throughout the Yun Mountain. Clearly, Lin Ling today had completely convinced the 3 academies. As for the Thunder Mother, the Azure Dragon King, and the Sovereign Marquis, their faces were cold. This result was also beyond their imagination. However, Lin Ling's final threshold was still there. The Grim Reaper would definitely be able to stop him. At this moment, the Grim Reaper sat quietly at the top of the heavenly crossing list. Behind him was the Circle of Reincarnation. His eyes were indifferently looking at Lin Ling. In fact, he was more surprised than anyone else. This was because he had fought with Lin Ling before. At that time, Lin Ling was not worth mentioning. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, he would have killed Lin Ling long ago. However, in just 4 years, this ant had grown to such a height. From an unknown existence to crazily clearing the rankings, he had finally arrived in front of him. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. Bang. He took a step and finally appeared above the ancient lake. His long robe fluttered, and an invisible wave of air caused the clouds in the sky to ripple. His gaze was fixed on the flame wheel in Lin Ling's hand. That huge colorful fireball actually gave him a terrifying sense of oppression. He had a feeling that the fireball could kill a stage 6 true god. Moreover, it could kill any stage 6 true god. Do you plan to decide the victor in one move? The Grim Reaper asked. At our level of strength, do you think that a battle that drags out time is useful? Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, moreover, if we continue to drag it out, new problems will arise. You should know that I get stronger the more I fight. Hearing that, the Grim Reaper fell silent. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's words made sense. The current Lin Ling wasn't a pushover. He was the monster ranked second in the Heavenly Crossing Plate. Decide the victor in one move? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, if the battle were to drag on, it seemed to be beneficial to Lin Ling. After all, everyone saw that Lin Ling was crazily clearing the rankings. The more he fought, the fiercer he got. Hence, if the battle were to drag on to the end, Lin Ling might be invincible in the later stage of True God Realm. Chapter 2739. The Powerful Grim Reaper. You mean if I block your last move, you will admit defeat? The Grim Reaper pondered for a moment before asking. If you block my last move, I will be exhausted. At that time, you can kill me as you wish. Even if you don't have the strength to kill me, I will still fail to clear the rankings. What awaits me will be a large number of experts. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. All right, I will break this move of yours. The Grim Reaper took a deep breath. He didn't realize that he was nervous at all. This was a joke to him because he was waiting for Lin Ling to clear the rankings. However, Lin Ling was confident that he could win with this move. That meant that the flaming wheel would be terrifying. Hence, he only needed to destroy it before it was fully formed. Grim Reaper's reincarnation. A cold aura spread out silently. A figure from the underworld appeared. He held a scythe and floated behind the Grim Reaper. He had actually used his true god martial soul from the start. Furthermore, he didn't use any martial arts or sneak an attack on Lin Ling. This was because he knew that with Lin Ling's 6-realm speed, his sneak attack wouldn't be of much use. Woo-woo. After the Grim Reaper from the underworld appeared, the underworld song continued to be sung. It was as though it was telling the ancient secrets of the universe. Around De Yun Mountain, a large number of experts started to weaken. Their vitality turned into an invisible whirlpool and was being crazily absorbed. As for the divine trees around De Yun Mountain, they started to wither. The surging energy was all being absorbed by the scythe. If there are no level 5 true gods, stay away immediately. All the geniuses of the Heavenly Saint Institute, come here. The experts around the Great Cloud Mountain immediately shouted. They gathered together and activated their world essence, forming a powerful protective barrier. Only then was they able to block the death god's terrifying samsara circle, and this was still because they were far away. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure Lin Ling, who was facing the death god, was under. The Grim Reaper, as expected of the Grim Reaper. Without a level 5 true god realm expert, no one can stop it? This Grim Reaper seems to be a stage 6 true god, but I'm afraid his strength can defeat a large number of late true god realm ancient martial art practitioners. Once they were safe, many people cried out in alarm. The Grim Reaper was too terrifying. Previously, the left minister's student had triggered the 3 tribulations of heaven, earth, and man, slaughtering the earth. However, the death god was even more terrifying, because what he slaughtered were living beings. These strongest cultivators were indeed each more heaven-defying than the other. His death god's reincarnation came from the underworld. It contains powerful primal chaos force and has reached 90% ultimate nether force. It is said that this person is someone who escaped from the underworld and has the underworld study. In the past, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty also wanted to investigate his background, but they were stopped by the Sovereign Marquis. At this moment, in the distant mountain range, those prominent figures spoke with solemn expressions. Obviously, they had heard of the Grim Reaper. The people of the Netherworld clan are not accepted by the 9 states. I don't know what the Sovereign Marquis did to prevent the Great Azure Divine Dynasty from exterminating the people of the Netherworld clan. The child's eyes also flickered. The Grim Reaper's background was obviously not small. How about that little guy called Lin Ling? Can he defeat the Grim Reaper in one move? One of them frowned and said. He seemed to be a little uncertain. With the power of that fireball, it's a little difficult for him at the moment. The child said directly. Yes, with the strength that the people of the Netherworld clan unleashed, I'm afraid that not many people in the 7th level of True God Realm can withstand it. The others nodded slightly. Of course, they also guessed that Lin Ling's flame should not have reached its limit yet. At this moment, the water in the Great Cloud Lake had completely evaporated, revealing a giant crater. Above the giant crater, 2 figures faced each other from afar. Their invisible gazes collided, causing intense sparks to erupt. Lin Ling, your flame wheel is very powerful, but I think it's only SOSO. The Grim Reaper's rolling aura spread out. He took the initiative to attack, and under his voice, the true God Martial Soul held a scythe and drew words in the sky. The sky seemed to be cut open by scissors, and every stroke was so clear that the word die, which was shining with cold light, began to spread across the entire sky, revealing its sharpness. Moreover, when the word die came out, the strongest generation on the Heavenly Surpass list were all frightened like cicadas in winter. As geniuses on the Heavenly Surpass list, they could not withstand a single move from the Grim Reaper. The attack power of the word die was extremely terrifying. The true God Martial Soul has been unsealed, and its battle power has doubled. Die! In the distant mountain range, the child said indifferently. This was the power of the first seal. It could be said that among the 7th level of True God Realm, the Grim Reaper had few opponents. He could even kill a 8th level of True God Realm. And this was the strongest generation that was ranked first on the Heavenly Surpass list. Crossing 2 levels to fight, and no matter if it was an ordinary 7th level of True God Realm or a monstrous genius, the Grim Reaper could kill them all. And the fireball that Lin Ling displayed now was only able to kill any 6th level of True God Realm. True God Martial Soul has been unsealed? At this moment, Lin Ling was also muttering to himself. The Grim Reaper gave him a lot of pressure, and he was the only person that he was deeply afraid of. His divine body was not weaker than Lin Ling's. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. His ultimate martial Dao was also stronger than Lin Ling's. Even the true God Martial Soul had been unsealed. It could be said that the Grim Reaper was a genius that had no flaws in all aspects, and he was not weak in any field. Lin Ling's only advantage was his soul power and chaos divine formula. However, the shocking thing was not over yet. It's still not enough, it's time to explode with my full strength. The Grim Reaper seemed to have made a decision. Nirvana aura spread out from his body, displaying the strength of the strongest generation. 7th level of True God Realm. As his aura climbed higher and higher, it finally caused the sky to explode, and stormy waves surged into the sky, surging with great momentum. The Grim Reaper hid his strength? Everyone was shocked. The Grim Reaper was actually a 7th level of True God Realm. At this moment, the entire Great Cloud Mountain was dead silent. As he unleashed his full power, the word death that filled the sky became even larger. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A power that did not seem to originate from the chaos of the universe mightily enveloped the area. Boom! Great Cloud Lake suddenly exploded, and a huge word, die, appeared at the bottom of the lake that had been completely evaporated. Dust spread everywhere, and huge rocks rolled in the sky like straw. However, when they came into contact with the word die, they immediately turned into ashes. Moreover, under the Grim Reaper's full-strength explosion, those geniuses who were hiding under the protection of the experts were terrified. Because those experts who were protecting them were actually unable to resist the Grim Reaper's power. The Grim Reaper's strength was probably invincible even in the 8th level of True God Realm. How are we going to fight? Lin Ling's flame can kill any 6th level of True God realm, and it can also defeat some 7th level of True God realm. However, the Grim Reaper can defeat 8th level of True God realm. I think Lin Ling's pace is about to stop. Chapter 2740. The flaming coffin descended, and at this moment in the sky, Lin Ling's aura began to dim. Countless death characters began to envelop him, mixed with a terrifying aura, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Lin Ling, your flame will isn't very strong for me. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I will kill you before your flame wheel is fully formed. Looking at Lin Ling, the Grim Reaper finally revealed a smile. I'm very happy that you can continuously defeat your opponents and display your strength time and time again. In the end, I have to treat you so seriously. However, I'm still the number 1 on the Heavenly Transcendence list. No matter how heaven-defying or monstrous you are, I'll always be a huge obstacle that you will never be able to overcome. Not very strong? Then why didn't you let me succeed? Could it be that you only know how to brag? And no matter what your background is, no matter if you are number 1 in Qingzhou or number 1 on the Tianyue list, you are the opponent that I, Lin Ling, must defeat. Lin Ling wasn't shaken by the word death around him. Instead, he enunciated each word clearly. At this point in the battle, there was no distinction between first and second place, only life and death. I'm looking forward to you defeating me, but you clearly don't have the strength to do so. I can tell you that the 9 prefectures are vast and boundless. A genius like you is like a carp crossing a river. It's just that your vision is narrow and you think you're a monstrous genius. Let me tell you what a true monstrous genius is. The god of death put his palms together as if opening a door of silence. The power that did not belong to the chaos of this universe was once again added to the word death around them. Power from the god of the underworld. At the same time, on the side of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, some ancient experts opened their eyes as if they had woken up after 10,000 years. This was because they sensed the power of the god of the underworld. And at this moment, above the great cloud lake, the word death had sealed Lin Ling in every direction. The fireball in Lin Ling's hand gradually dimmed, as if it would be swallowed up by the darkness. Lin Ling, you're still a little weak. Countless people shook their heads as they sensed the heaven-devouring aura. Lin Ling was already very proud, but unfortunately, when facing the Grim Reaper, his cultivation time, martial arts foundation, and cultivation realm were all a bit weaker. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm despite being enveloped by the word death. He didn't refute the Grim Reaper's words because he had traveled all over the 9 continents in the past and had seen all kinds of geniuses. Lin Ling also knew that the Grim Reaper wasn't someone from the myriad realms, nor was he a martial artist from the Azure State. He came from another world called the Underworld. The so-called Underworld was said to be the divine land of hell. Even Li Xiaoyao had never been to that place. Flame coffin. Lin Ling finally let out a low roar as the word death spread towards him, causing the flame wheel to reach its peak power. Pa pa pa. Billowing flames erupted. Through the large number of death characters, one could see that the young man in the sky was holding a fireball that was beginning to mutate. Bang bang bang. The first thing that appeared was the mysterious sound of a heartbeat. Then, the raging flames began to roll like a storm, gradually turning from a circular shape to a square shape. A huge flame coffin quietly descended. Lin Ling has also hidden his ultimate move. His flame will has transformed into a flame coffin. Could it be that Lin Ling has used his true god martial spirit? That must be it. Lin Ling's fighting strength is already terrifying, but he can still summon an even stronger power. This must be the power of his true god martial spirit. Talent, martial arts, true god martial spirit, cultivation realm, these 2 are the kings of their generation. Many people exclaimed. Such an exciting battle didn't seem like a battle between 2 juniors. Instead, it seemed like a battle between the heroes of the Azure State. True god martial spirit? Even the Grim Reaper's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know how strong the mutated flame wheel would be, he could see that it would take some time for it to completely take shape. This period of time was enough for him to defeat Lin Ling. Therefore, the moment to decide the outcome had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The word death was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, the flame coffin in Lin Ling's hand continued to grow, as if it wanted to block the Grim Reaper's attack. However, it was obvious that the Grim Reaper's attack was stronger. It completely affected Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown. He had condensed all his boundary essence into the flame wheel, which made it difficult for him to block the Grim Reaper's attack. As for the new flame wheel, it could be said to be the strongest flame wheel. The boundary essence of the two Dantians had fused together, reaching the 6th stage of True God Realm. In addition to the heavenly dome change, the flame god's heart and the flame wheel's ultimate power. If the flame wheel was completely formed, there would be a 70% chance of killing the Grim Reaper. The problem was that the Grim Reaper didn't seem to want the flame wheel to be completely formed. In fact, people also noticed this point. Currently, Lin Ling only had two choices. 1. Give up on the flame wheel and use the 6 realm speed to escape from the Grim Reaper's pursuit. However, if he did that, he would lose. 2. Take a gamble and continue to condense the flame wheel. Lin Ling will definitely choose to fight to the death, and he will definitely lose. Lin Ling is really a terrifying junior. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to sleep at night. We must kill him. Staring at the scene, Thunderclap Mother, Azure Dragon King, Sovereign Marquis, and other experts said coldly. Now, they didn't realize that they were also very nervous. Obviously, Lin Ling's display of strength time and time again made them have a strong fear of Lin Ling. Time was like sand in one's hands. The two strongest generations didn't seem to have collided, but in fact, they had already started an intense battle. I've underestimated him. Boom. Being surrounded by the surging energy of the underworld, Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. He thought that the Death God was at the 6th stage of True God Realm, but who knew that fate was so mysterious? The Death God was at the 7th stage of True God Realm. Although he was only one stage stronger than before, to a monstrous genius, one stage could increase his strength by several folds. Flame, explode. Flame! Lin Ling shouted again, and the huge flame coffin slowly expanded. However, the mysterious underworld energy outside the flame coffin only paused for a moment, and then fiercely pressed down again, wanting to burn Lin Ling in the word, death. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt an invisible force seal on his body, making him lifeless. If it wasn't for his strong godly demon body, his body would have been shattered, not to mention activating the flame coffin. Bang. But even so, he couldn't resist the underworld energy. In just a moment, he knelt down on one knee in the sky. Lin Ling is finally weak. Sigh. That scene made everyone shake their heads and sigh. Lin Ling fought 10 battles in a row. Except for the first 2 battles, he became fiercer and fiercer as he fought, giving people the feeling that he had no limit. But now, he was finally weak. This was the first time Lin Ling showed signs of defeat after the battle with the left minister's disciple. Lin Ling, don't lose. Yes. Seeing this, Meng Lu secretly clenched his fists. His palm was pierced by his nails, but he didn't feel it, because the battle in the sky was something he needed to look up at. He was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, and now he couldn't appear on the most dazzling stage. Instead, he had to look up from below the stage. This was painful for him. Chapter 2741. A sudden change occurred. Brother Ling, just one more step, don't give up. Yu and the others also shouted towards the sky. They were just one step away from defeating the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling would live up to his name. Therefore, Lin Ling must persevere. All of you, shut up. Do not interfere with the battle. However, the mysterious judge immediately shouted angrily. Yu and the others looked at the sky angrily. That judge was so hateful. Lin Ling, you're already tired. But Grim Reaper didn't care about what everyone thought. He smiled because he saw that Lin Ling couldn't block his attack. It's been 3 years. When Queen Xianxia left, I knew that I had to become stronger. I had to protect everything. In these 3 years, I didn't care about people's mockery. I cultivated in silence because I knew that only strength could change everything. 3 years later, I broke out in silence, but I also saw a more ruthless world and stronger warriors. I closed up and cultivated for another year to make a comeback. So, how can I fall here? At this moment, a voice suddenly drifted out like a gust of wind. People saw Lin Ling grit his teeth and stubbornly stand up with great difficulty. What was even more terrifying was that even though he had fallen, his right hand was still holding onto the huge flame coffin. Clearly, Lin Ling had never intended to give up. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. They treat all living things like dogs. You can't do whatever you want. The Grim Reaper mocked. Lin Ling was even more tenacious than he had imagined. I, Lin Ling, am undisciplined and out of control. I do as I please. How could the heavens stop me? Lin Ling's voice represented his heart of martial arts. At this moment, the flame coffin in his right hand had finally taken shape. The rolling coffin seemed to seal an ancient flame god. Of course, this was only the transformation of the fireball into the flame coffin. The strongest flame coffin was still brewing. Crackle. Even so, the raging flames prevented the word, death, from advancing any further. This scene shocked everyone. Lin Ling relied on his willpower to block the Grim Reaper's attack. Bastard! Even the Grim Reaper cursed. Lin Ling, a stage 4 true god, blocked an attack that could kill an stage 8 true god. This was too terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling risked his life to activate the flame coffin. Could it be that the flame coffin had the power to kill him? At this moment, the Grim Reaper panicked. Is this guy really going to clear the ranking? Of course, not only was the Grim Reaper panicking, even the Thunder Mother and the others stood up one after another. The change in the situation made them very nervous. Was this still an ant in their eyes? At this moment, the multicolored coffins were emitting a scorching heat that roasted the earth and the sky like a furnace. This made everyone realize that the dawn of victory had descended upon Lin Ling. From a nameless existence, he had fought 10 battles in a row and finally cleared the rankings. Lin Ling had indeed exploded in silence. Grim Reaper, I have been preparing this move for 4 years. Lin Ling said coldly to the Grim Reaper, ignoring the underworld energy around him. His expression was ferocious. This move would determine the outcome of the battle, and it was of great significance. Not only was it the time for Lin Ling to clear the ranking, but it was also the time for him to surpass the Grim Reaper. Most importantly, it was the key for him to become stronger. That day, when Queen Xianxia left, Lin Ling seemed to be calm. However, he was suppressing the anger in his heart. He had been practicing martial arts all his life to protect his family and friends. That day, he was being protected. Therefore, if he couldn't defeat the Grim Reaper, how could he defeat the Sovereign Marquis? However, the scales of victory were beginning to tip in Lin Ling's favor. On the path of martial arts, Lin Ling had clearly taken another step forward. The Grim Reaper's face turned pale. He stared at the flame coffin as if he was afraid that the flames would bring him into the coffin. Was he going to lose? At that moment, he even wanted to admit defeat and escape from the ancient lake. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome was certain, something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to have undergone some changes. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura, which was rising steadily, suddenly weakened. Damn it! Everyone heard Lin Ling's unwilling voice. What's going on? At that moment, everyone's eyes widened. A drastic change occurred in the sky. The word death, which contained the underworld energy, paused for a moment before rushing towards Lin Ling, sealing everything. This sudden turn of events caused the entire Great Cloud Mountain to fall silent. Lin Ling seemed to be too proud. Ha, good. The Grim Reaper was stunned. He immediately laughed maniacally. Lin Ling's flame coffin couldn't be completed. He must have done something that angered the heavens and caused him to fail at the crucial moment. How could this be? Is there a flaw in his flame wheel? At the edge of Dayun Mountain, Chiyuhu's eyes instantly turned red. It shouldn't be because I feel that the terrifying flame coffin is still terrifying. I'm guessing that his old injury has flared up. Beside him, Lord Eighth also said nervously. Old injury? Chiyuhu's face was immediately filled with worry. Moreover, he believed Lord Eight's words. Since the end of the third stage, Lin Ling had swept through the heavenly surpass rankings. If his opponent was weak, then Lin Ling might be fine. However, his opponent was the strongest generation. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't be that weak. This caused Lin Ling to accumulate more and more injuries. Finally, at that moment, they completely flared up. The flare-up of his old injury obviously affected Lin Ling's flame coffin. In addition to the words, death, which were glaring at him from all directions, Lin Ling suddenly became surrounded by danger. Sins committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself cannot be forgiven. The thunderclap mother roared excitedly. Although she wasn't sure what had happened to Lin Ling, the situation was clearly in favor of the Grim Reaper. Could it be that his old injury has flared up? What a pity! If he fought the Grim Reaper at his peak, he might have won. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling for being too arrogant. It's good that he died. Shut up. You're so powerful. If you have the ability, go fight Lin Ling. Even if he gives you a handicap, you won't be his opponent. Voices sounded around the Yun Mountain. Some supported Lin Ling, while others were gloating. Of course, no matter what, they could see that Lin Ling was in trouble. However, although Lin Ling was in trouble, it wasn't the flare-up of his old injury that everyone had imagined. At that moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely ugly. He had spent a lot of effort to activate the flame coffin, and all the realm essence in his body was exhausted. However, the goddess of destiny didn't care about him. Perhaps it was because of the surrounding underworld energy, or perhaps it was because of the layers of pressure. His third Dantian was finally about to be born. And during the birth process, Lin Ling was obviously going to be distracted. This caused the words death to come crashing over like waves. Chapter 2742. Who else but me? I won't lose. Lin Ling let out a resolute voice. Unfortunately, what he got in return were layers upon layers of attacks. Blood rained down from the sky like rain. Moreover, the word death was gradually spreading towards him. Everyone's eyes trembled violently. Was the most monstrous genius of the day finally going to be defeated? However, the reality was that Lin Ling's figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind only the heartless word death and those words of unwillingness. I won't lose. This sentence was obviously a show of strength. Boom, boom. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted in the sky. The power of the underworld obliterated everything. Lin Ling could no longer be seen. He could only see the word death turn everything into nothingness like swords and blades. One move to decide the outcome. As soon as the battle began, Lin Ling erupted with his trump card, the flame wheel. However, the first stage of the flame wheel did not cause the death god to feel any fear. However, when the flame wheel evolved into the flame coffin, the entire world was shocked. This move determined victory and defeat. Lin Ling had clearly won. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome had been decided, Lin Ling's old injuries suddenly flared up. In the end, before the flame wheel could form, he was completely obliterated. All of this was extremely regrettable. Of course, even so, everyone was certain that Lin Ling had won in their hearts. Because Lin Ling had fought continuously after the end of the third stage. Although he had lost, the Grim Reaper's victory was a disgrace. 10,000 years later, I believe that Qing province will still have the legend of Lin Ling. What a pity, what a pity. His luck is really bad. After a moment of silence, a large number of voices rang out. However, Thunderclap Mother and the rest snorted coldly. Luck is also a part of strength. That unlucky guy deserved to die. Thunderclap Mother, your filthy mouth can't spit out ivory. Vice Principal Gong, Ancestor Dragon Granny, and the others immediately cursed. Curse all you want. In any case, Lin Ling is dead. This is a principle that will never change. Unexpectedly, not only was Mother Lane not angry, she even laughed out loud. Damned Lin Ling, dying like this is really too easy for him. The Azure Dragon King also let out a cold laugh. causing Vice Principal Gong, Chiyuhu, and the others to be furious. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What's there to pity? If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling for being too arrogant. I didn't stop him from resting. He was the one who didn't want to rest. The Grim Reaper's voice drifted out, filled with pride and arrogance. Bring me Lin Ling's tombstone. He even roared into the distance of the Great Cloud Mountain. Then, a tombstone shot over with the words, Lin Ling's tomb, engraved on it. Bang! The tombstone smashed into the Great Cloud Lake, shocking everyone. From now on, this will be Lin Ling's grave. The tombstone fell to the ground, and the Grim Reaper wrapped his arms around the sky with indescribable pride. Looking at his magnificent scene, many people let out a long sigh. Although the Grim Reaper had an unfair advantage, he had indeed won. The first battle of the Sky Surpass leaderboard, Lin Ling has failed. After an unknown period of time, the mysterious judge also announced the result, causing many people to be in a daze. The first battle had already taken so long. It was simply the first time in the history of the Sky Surpass leaderboard. Of course, they also believed that the rising stars in the next battle would definitely not be as dazzling as Lin Ling. The situation in the outside world seemed to have been settled. However, in the rolling underworld energy, Lin Ling was still kneeling there with one knee. His whole body was covered in blood, and his bones were also cracking from the pressure. However, his eyes were completely red. Third Dantian, hurry up! He kept shouting in his heart. As long as the third Dantian was born, he would be able to recover his mind and control the flame coffin. Unfortunately, there was less and less time left for him. The sharp death word was cutting his whole body at this moment. Right now, he only had one choice, to give up on the birth of the third Dantian and focus on brewing the flame coffin. However, Lin Ling didn't choose to do so. He was going all out. For the Grim Reaper, to destroy a Dantian, he wasn't willing, because this third Dantian was formed with his blood and sweat. The death word was sealed on Lin Ling's back, chest, limbs, and more. The mysterious power was destroying him. I will never be defeated. What was terrifying was that Lin Ling, who was facing such a huge power, actually gritted his teeth and stood up. He was fighting against his will, he was racing against time. Boom! In his mind, there was a blurry sound. His Dantian finally exploded. The third Dantian was like a new world, rolling and turning, completely formed. After the third Dantian was formed, a mysterious power spread out and enveloped Lin Ling's whole body, causing his injuries to gradually recover by 20%. 20% was enough. His body stood up firmly, and on his right hand, the flame coffin was mighty. Hold on, I said before, who can compete with the strongest generation? Boom. Just when everyone thought that the outcome was certain, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Silence. Great Cloud Mountain was deathly silent, because many people noticed that it was Lin Ling's voice. Could it be that things had changed again? Countless eyes subconsciously looked to the sky. There, the power of the underworld was still cutting everything. It made people wonder if the voice from before was an illusion. As for the Grim Reaper, his gaze seemed to penetrate the endless death word and see the youth controlling the flames. There was only one sentence in his mind. This was fake. What happened before was an illusion. He should have won. Come out, the strongest flame wheel. However, the next voice let the Grim Reaper and the Thunderclap Mother know that it wasn't an illusion. Among the rolling death word in the sky, a ray of light shot out, penetrating a large number of death words and shooting into the sky. Then there was a second, third, and fourth. Among the endless death words, there seemed to be a flame god sealed. However, if the flames weren't extinguished, how could they be sealed? This caused endless rays of light to shoot out like a sea urchin. Boom! Finally, the rolling waves of air exploded, directly destroying the vast Dayun mountain and turning it into a flat land. In the sky, countless death words were blasted into pieces. A huge flame coffin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The new flaming coffin was even larger and was beating like a heart. Under the flaming coffin, The young man was as small as an ant. However, as he carried the flaming coffin, his footsteps echoed in the sky. Wherever the flaming coffin passed, the word death would be burned by a fierce flame and eventually turn to ashes. Even the sky started to distort and blur. At this moment, everything was silent. Everyone could sense that the flame coffin in front of them was clearly much more frightening than the one before. Isn't his old injury acting up? The Thunderclap Mother, the Azure Dragon King, and the other ancient Qingzhou authorities looked very uncomfortable. At this moment, it was as if they had been slapped in the face. They were completely speechless. Grim Reaper, you've lost. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. His expression was firm as he finally spoke. The flame coffin in his hand was like a flag that turned the tide. At this moment, it was shining brightly. Who else could do it but me? With the huge coffin in his hand, he walked towards the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper, use your strongest move. I want to destroy you properly. Chapter 2743. The Power of the Flaming Coffin. After 4 years of hard work, he could finally see the results. This also meant that if he could defeat the Grim Reaper, he could also defeat the Sovereign Justice Marquis. Even though the Sovereign Justice Marquis was like a giant in Qingzhou, he could use 4 years to sweep the Tianyue rankings. This meant that anything was possible. Me. Compared to Lin Ling's powerful aura, the Grim Reaper's face was pale. He no longer had the arrogance from before. He even thought that Lin Ling was toying with him previously. Of course, this was just him forcefully comforting himself. After all, if Lin Ling really wanted to toy with him, how could he risk his life to fight? I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. After hesitating for a moment, the Grim Reaper panicked. He wanted to escape. Previously, he had guessed that Lin Ling's flaming coffin couldn't be underestimated. Now, the flaming coffin made him feel that his life was in danger. After leaving behind these words, he immediately rushed towards the side of the ancient lake. His sorry state undoubtedly caused a large amount of laughter. This was the strongest generation in the Tianyue rankings? Moreover, some geniuses who worshipped the Grim Reaper were tongue-tied. This was because according to the Grim Reaper's rumors, Lin Ling had overestimated himself and fought with him. In the end, Lin Ling was defeated and didn't dare to face the Grim Reaper again. But now, who was running away? Who was defeated and didn't dare to face Lin Ling? You want to escape? In the final battle, only one person can survive. Seeing that the Grim Reaper wanted to escape, Lin Ling took a step and disappeared with the huge flaming coffin. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the Grim Reaper. This guy still has power. Looking at Lin Ling's unfathomable speed, everyone was shocked again. Even the Grim Reaper was the same. He knew that Lin Ling had to use all his boundary essence to activate the flaming coffin. But now Lin Ling had boundary essence again? Very surprised, right? I can only say that what I have and what I know is beyond your imagination. Lin Ling looked down at the death god as if he was looking at an ant, because he could use the world essence, which was the power born from his third Dantian. Although that Dantian had not reached the true god realm, if he used all of his strength, he could still barely use the 6th realm speed once. In the past, you stood high above me and looked down on me. Today, you can only look up to me. You are even afraid of me and avoid me. And you only have 4 years. Lin Ling spat out another sentence. At this moment, he was proud. He wanted to crush the death god. 4 years. Death God muttered to himself. It was only now that he realized just how terrifying Lin Ling was. From being crushed to being crushed, the time it took for a martial artist to go into seclusion. Are you regretting it now? Are you surprised? Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Lin Ling didn't waste any more time. He lifted the giant coffin and smashed it towards the Grim Reaper. The rolling flames caused the Grim Reaper's mind to be in a mess. His mind went blank, and only one sentence kept ringing in his ears. He was about to enter the coffin. The tombstone that he prepared was actually left for him. Lin Ling, you win. However, at this moment, the old voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, a short and stout old man in a black robe appeared. He grabbed at Lin Ling. It seemed like he wanted to stop Lin Ling from unleashing his strongest attack. However, his method was extremely vicious. It was aimed at Lin Ling's danton. This attack was obviously meant to cripple Lin Ling. This old man was none other than the referee. How dare you! Sensing the opponent's shameless attack, Lin Ling suddenly shouted angrily. You are very bold. You actually want to kill a genius of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Let me tell you, as long as I am here, no one can kill him. The old man shouted coldly. His face was emotionless. Since you have said so, I must kill him. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He was going all out. After all, if he let the Grim Reaper go today, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, at this point, Lin Ling would not be soft-hearted. You are courting death. The old man did not expect Lin Ling to be so determined to kill the Grim Reaper even if he had to risk his life. What an arrogant young man. The people also stared at Lin Ling. They did not expect that Lin Ling would still attack even when the referee appeared. This was equivalent to perishing together with the Grim Reaper. Was this Lin Ling's way of telling everyone that if they dared to provoke him, he would kill them no matter how far away they were? How dare you touch my people? You are the one who is courting death. However, Lin Ling also had friends in the Great Cloud Mountain. These people would not let the old man do as he wished. Therefore a roar was heard. The tiger god from the east chased after the sun and chased after the moon. He arrived beside Lin Ling at a speed faster than 10 realms. Moreover, he threw out a powerful punch. Along with the punch, the tiger god roared at the sky. The true god martial spirit order changed heaven and earth. You dare to stop me? The old man was shocked. His hand turned into a claw and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a huge black snake appeared behind him. The snake raised its head high, and there were 4 pairs of eyes on its neck. Together with the claw, it shot out. Puff, puff, puff. The fist and the claw collided. A terrifying shockwave swept out, causing many warriors in the Great Cloud Mountain to vomit blood and retreat. Lin Ling, kill him. The man who threw out the punch was like the tiger god. At this moment he roared. Yes, my lord. Lin Ling's gaze swept over, and his heart was filled with gratitude. Today, he was the enemy of everyone. Everyone wanted him dead, but there was a man who was always by his side to protect him. That was the old marshal of the Martial God Battalion, Lord Red Jade Tiger. Grim Reaper, no one in the world can save you. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The flaming coffin was activated. The ancient heart was beating, and the rolling aura caused the sky to fall silent. Everyone saw a huge coffin appear above the Grim Reaper's head. In the next moment, the coffin exploded like a flower bud. Endless flames mixed with endless power completely drowned the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper's eyes were wide open. He was called the Grim Reaper, but now, someone had taken his life. He didn't even have a chance to say a word before he was burned to ashes. Boom, boom. The Great Cloud Lake completely collapsed. The power that could shatter heaven and earth formed a huge mushroom cloud, destroying the sky of the Green State. The sky was distorted and shattered. How ferocious! This is the flaming coffin? Who can stop an 8th stage true god? If it was in the myriad worlds, I'm afraid it could destroy hundreds of worlds. Many warriors had already sensed it. At this moment, they were hiding far away. They looked at the forbidden flames, and their faces were pale with fright. Even the old monsters who had lived for 10,000 years shuddered at this moment. In their eyes, Lin Ling was a little monster. At such a young age, at such a realm, he could actually activate such an attack. This made them feel that their 10,000 years of cultivation were all for naught. Rumble. The aftermath was turbulent. Even the clash between the Red Jade Tiger and the old man was affected at this moment. The two of them quickly retreated far away. After an unknown period of time, when everything calmed down, everyone saw that the Great Cloud Lake seemed to have become bigger and bigger. It was even bigger than the second ring city. Obviously, under the impact of the flaming coffin, the ancient lake's surface area was infinitely enlarged. Chapter 2744. A Heaven's Pride. That tombstone is still there. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Because in the middle of the endless lake, there was a tombstone. That was the tombstone brought by the death god. And the tombstone was not destroyed. Obviously, Lin Ling left it there on purpose. But looking at it carefully, the words on the tombstone had changed. There were 4 words engraved on it: Death God's Tomb. Looking at the endless great cloud lake, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This tomb was really big. Lin Ling also gave the death god a grand display. Death God, rest in peace. At the same time, in the sky above the great cloud lake, an indifferent voice floated out. Countless eyes were on the blue-robed youth. Blue robe, long hair, fluttering in the wind, shocking the entire Qing state. Today, Lin Ling successfully cleared the rankings and reached the top of the sky, surpassing rankings. All of this seemed simple, but when many people thought back to it, they discovered that this was like a dream. It was because in 10 consecutive battles, the opponents were even the most powerful of this generation. There really were people who succeeded, especially in the final battle, where victory was decided with a single move. This was even more soul-stirring, turning the tide. Brother Ling, you won. Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu held each other's hands excitedly and looked at the man in the sky with pride. As for the resplendent academy, it was completely silent. Especially Dean Qin, her face was extremely gloomy. The dazzling blue and white robe in the sky, and the stubborn genius Lin Ling who left the academy in the past, had quietly merged. Everything was so real. Was it because of his unyielding character that he resisted his juniors? Moreover, this moment originally belonged to the resplendent academy. Unfortunately, one wrong step led to many wrong steps. Of course, this was not a mistake in her estimation, but she never expected that someone could completely clear the rankings in 4 years. She looked at the entire Great Cloud Mountain again and found that some people were excited, some were trembling in excitement, and many female disciples were even looking at her with longing. This made her sigh again. Lin Ling, she was afraid that he had left a heavy shadow in the 3 great academies. He was an outstanding talent among the 3 great academies. Bastard, this guy really succeeded. Some were excited, some were surprised, and of course, some were angry. The Thunderclap Mother, the Azure Dragon King, and the others were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. It was obviously very difficult for them to kill Lin Ling now. Lin Ling, although you've become number 1 on the Heavenly Transcendence list, how should you be punished for killing a fellow disciple? But at this moment, a sharp roar suddenly sounded out. The black-robed old man angrily appeared in the sky. It was obvious that Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him. This made him feel that he had lost all of his dignity. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and anger rose in his heart. "You're a referee?" he roared. "Get lost. You're telling me to scram? Do you know who I am?" The black-robed old man didn't seem to believe his ears. He said malevolently, "I think you're really out of control." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. His surging aura suppressed Lin Ling. "You're a judge, yet you're being unfair and unjust. How shameless can you be?" However, Lord Red Jade Tiger was clearly prepared. He immediately wanted to stop the old man. As for the Lords 8 in the distance, they were all furious. They had all seen how despicable the referee was. However, they didn't say anything when Lin Ling was clearing the list. Now that Lin Ling had become number 1 on the Heavenly Transcendence list, the referee still dared to be arrogant. "My lord, let him come. I want to see if he dares to touch me." Just as Red Jade Tiger was about to attack, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Red Jade Tiger's expression changed, and he subconsciously stopped attacking. The black-robed old man's hand was still grabbing at Lin Ling. He was getting angrier and angrier. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him. He was from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Although Lin Ling had some ability, did he have the right to refute him? Even further back, he had killed countless juniors like Lin Ling in the past. However, Lin Ling still didn't retreat. With his hands behind his back and his blue robe fluttering, he watched the black-robed old man charge at him. "I want to see if you're the only one who calls the shots in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty." When his voice floated out, the crowd's hearts exploded. Lin Ling was really bold. However, Just as the black-robed old man was about to grab Lin Ling, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. The voice was like a bell, causing endless echoes in everyone's hearts. The black-robed old man frowned. Looking at the person who had come, his expression turned ugly and he immediately stopped attacking. In the distance, several figures appeared. They didn't seem to be walking fast, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the great cloud lake. Leading them was a young child. He looked like he was carved from jade, but his aura was extremely powerful. With his hands behind his back, he looked like the son of heaven. People from the imperial court? The old man stared at the person who had come. His eyes were filled with indignation and anger. However, the child ignored the old man. Instead, he smiled at Lin Ling and said, not bad at all. This is the first time in the history of the Qingzhou divine dynasty that the list has been cleansed. Everyone could see that the mysterious child seemed to think highly of Lin Ling. Moreover, he seemed to have come with good intentions. However, Lin Ling ignored the child. Instead, he looked at the old man and said, I've said that you can't kill me. Now, do you believe me? The black-robed old man was so angry that his body trembled. However, he really didn't dare to touch Lin Ling. Come, I'm standing right in front of you. If you don't touch me, your whole family is trash. Lin Ling said sarcastically as if he wouldn't shock the old man to death. He already knew that someone would appear because the heavenly transcendence ranking was the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's ranking. Becoming the strongest generation would definitely enter the eyes of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, he believed that the shameless judge wouldn't be able to touch him. Don't be too arrogant. The black-robed old man had never suffered such humiliation before. Therefore, his voice was distorted. Lin Ling took a step forward and said, So what if I'm arrogant? His words were direct and to the point, carrying with them a domineering aura. Judge? He must be a judge with a pair of dog eyes. So what if I'm arrogant for him to see? Justice is in everyone's heart. I don't believe that he dares to cover the sky with one hand. Damn old man, try touching Lin Ling. Under Lin Ling's voice, something surprising happened. The geniuses from the 3 academies actually started to scold him one after another. Perhaps they looked down on Lin Ling in the beginning because they thought that Lin Ling was a rising star. How could he use the identity of a junior to suppress a senior? However, in the following 3 rounds of assessment, in addition to sweeping the heavenly transcendence ranking, Lin Ling's powerful strength had already made them unconvinced. In this world, strength represented everything. Those with true strength would naturally be respected by others. This guy has really won the hearts of the people. Meng Lu couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the crazy voices around him. However, he wasn't surprised by this scene. Instead, he was surprised by the miracle that Lin Ling had created. In the past, during the Battle of Pride, he had fought with Lin Ling. It could be said that he was more familiar with Lin Ling than anyone else. However, because he was familiar with him, he knew that Lin Ling had defeated the Grim Reaper. He knew how valuable that was and how terrifying the speed of his growth was. Chapter 2745. 5 Magnates. All of you. The old man didn't expect that everyone would dare to scold him. He was fuming with anger. Lin Ling, you're qualified to enter the 5th ring city. At that moment, a roar came from afar. It was like the cry of an eagle, but also like the roar of a lion. It shook the heavens and earth. Under countless gazes, a large number of majestic griffins flew over from afar. They were extremely fast, and the wind from their wings directly flipped over a large number of martial artists. These griffins had the might of a lion, and their eyes were emitting a ruthless and domineering light. On the griffins, a large number of men in armor stood there. Their auras were also unfathomable. Griffins? Could it be? There were many experts around the Yun Mountain who had explored the 5th ring city. At that moment, they also guessed something. The Griffins were the Great Green God Dynasty's Blue Flame Army. This huge force belonged to the Prime Minister. Most importantly, the Prime Minister was also one of the 5 magnates of the Great Green God Dynasty. The Great Green God Dynasty was as deep as the sea, but there were 5 famous forces, and the Prime Minister was one of them. Could it be? More people's eyes flickered, and a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Lin Ling, how about joining the Blue Flame Army? On the griffin, a burly man said lightly. Indeed, he was here to recruit Lin Ling. Obviously, Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the Fifth Ring City today. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed that the people on the griffins were all existences that had surpassed the true god realm. They seemed to have come from ancient times, and they were hiding the secrets of the universe. Lin Ling actually caught the eye of the Blue Flame Army. As for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, Mother of Thunder, and the rest, they all had ugly expressions. This was the scene that they didn't want to see the most. Impressive. With your own strength, you swept the Sky Surpass list. Junior, what's your name? At that moment, the ethereal voice sounded again. In the sky, a scholar in a white robe appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately replied. He sensed that this scholar was an indomitable existence. I am from the Left Minister's residence. The Left Minister is very interested in you. Are you interested in joining the Left Minister's residence? The scholar went straight to the point. He was actually here to recruit Lin Ling. With this, everyone was endlessly shocked. Even Lin Ling was like so too. He never would have thought that this Heavenly Surpass leaderboard's #1 had such great value. Left Prime Minister's mansion? One of the 5 magnates. The Azure Dragon King's expression turned even uglier. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. This was because 2 of the 5 magnates were here to recruit Lin Ling. First come, first served. Our imperial dynasty came first. Do you all want to snatch people from us? However, at this moment, the young child spoke as well. Moreover, he looked fearlessly at the 2 overlord forces. Imperial court? It's you, Copperman. The 2 magnates seemed to have just noticed the child, and their eyes flickered with excitement. This was because the imperial court was also one of the 5 magnates. Moreover, most of the people in this force had the royal bloodline. They could not be underestimated. Recruitment is not a matter of first come, first served. Everything depends on Lin Ling. However, the man standing on the griffin pondered for a moment before he said, "Don't worry about it." If Lin Ling was the #1 on the Heavenly Surpass leaderboard, he might have withdrawn from this recruitment for the sake of the imperial court. However, Lin Ling had come from nothing. He was the strongest person in the generation who had successfully cleared the leaderboard. His potential was extremely tempting. That's right. Everything depends on Lin Ling. The scholar in white also said. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, your martial Dao is very diverse. You are very strong in every field. The Left Minister's residence has accumulated the great Dao of 10,000 worlds. It is very suitable for you. His words were filled with temptation. Seeing this, the man on the griffin also said, The 5-ring city is as deep as the sea. If you join the wrong force, there will be unimaginable consequences. Lin Ling, you have to think carefully. His words were filled with threats. As for the child, he frowned but did not say anything. However, he looked at Lin Ling. The people looked at the 3 magnates and were terrified. They did not expect that these magnates would fight openly and secretly for Lin Ling. He has spread his wings and soared high. The one with the most complicated feelings was undoubtedly Lei Yin Mother. She clenched her fists tightly. She was very unwilling to accept this. She knew that it would be very difficult to kill Lin Ling. As for the other people who had a grudge against Lin Ling, they were the same. They felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. It was extremely difficult for them to breathe. However, they could do nothing but watch as Lin Ling continued to rise. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, he looked at the 3 magnates. Among them, he had eliminated the army of Blue Flame. This was because Lin Ling hated being threatened by others the most. As for the residence of the Left Prime Minister, he suddenly thought of the residence of the Left Prime Minister. This genius should be from the residence of the Left Prime Minister. Therefore, Lin Ling shook his head secretly. Finally, his gaze fell on the child. Lin Ling, you have to know that your choice will affect your future. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, The man on the griffin immediately said coldly. If Lin Ling did not work for him, he might become an enemy in the future. Thank you for your reminder. However, I have a request. Lin Ling ignored the man's threat and said indifferently. Say it. There is nothing that the army of Blue Flame cannot do. The residents of the left prime minister can also help you do anything. Hearing this, the two magnates immediately spoke. I want to kill him. Lin Ling's gaze suddenly fell on the old man in the black robe. The old man's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wants to kill him? This guy is really vengeful. The crowd was also surprised by Lin Ling's choice. However, many of them were also excited. With the old man in the black robe's strength, many people could not do anything to him. However, Lin Ling was able to take him down. This was not Lin Ling's fault. The old man in the black robe provoked Lin Ling first. However, the two magnates' eyes lit up. Lin Ling asked, "Is it very difficult?" "A little." This person is representing the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. Moreover, he is also from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. One of them said. When he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled, he explained, the Imperial Censor Dragon Court is actually one of the 5 magnates. "Oh, Lin Ling, do you want to kill me? Come on, I am standing right in front of you. Let's see how you are going to kill me. If you don't kill me, then you are a piece of trash." The old man in the black robe suddenly roared proudly. Lin Ling immediately frowned. He did not expect the old man to have such a strong background. It is a little difficult to kill him. However, it is not impossible to teach him a lesson. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. A mysterious cloaked man behind the young boy attacked. His attack was extremely fast, exceeding the speed of 10 worlds. Chapter 2746. Fall Arise. As for the black-robed elder, he was still feeling pleased with himself, but his laughter soon stopped. His face was filled with disbelief. Destroy! A deep roar could be heard as Qin Nen placed his palm on the old man's chest, causing a mysterious force to burst out. The black-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. What was surprising was that the mysterious cloaked man's attack wasn't violent. Instead, it was like a gentle push. However, Lin Ling discovered that the black-robed old man's dantian was actually withering at this moment, gradually becoming a cripple. "You crippled me." The black-robed old man naturally sensed the change in his dantian. His face was filled with pain, extreme pain. Had he become a cripple from now on? That mysterious cloaked man's strength was really too strange. However, the mysterious cloaked man ignored him and turned to leave. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to touch you, but if I don't touch you, you'll become trash. So I have no choice but to touch you. If you want to blame someone, blame your mouth for being too poisonous." At this moment, Lin Ling smiled and shrugged helplessly as if to say, "I didn't want to touch you, you forced me." Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, the black-robed old man spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin Ling ordered people to cripple him, but he actually pretended to be innocent? He was furious. He couldn't accept it. He hated it. Scram. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Did the black-robed old man still have the right to be arrogant? Lin Ling, I'll remember you. The black-robed old man was clearly infuriated to the point of almost losing his mind. Now that he'd become a cripple, Lin Ling had directly asked him to fuck off, but he refused. So, Lin Ling could rely on himself to kill him. This was a huge contrast for him. Thus, not too long ago, he was the judge. All of the strongest generation were under his control. If he wanted to harm someone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would attract the attention of the 5 magnates and cripple him in the end? Falling from a lofty position into the abyss in an instant, no one would be able to accept this. Don't remember it for too long. Lin Ling replied coldly. If it wasn't for the black-robed old man's background, Lin Ling would have probably left the ladder behind today. The black-robed old man didn't dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. This caused many people to sigh endlessly. However, they didn't sympathize with the old man because this was caused by the old man provoking Lin Ling. This was also a sin brought upon by the heavens that could be forgiven, but a sin brought upon oneself was the hardest to bear. Okay, I will join the imperial dynasty. At the same time, Lin Ling made his decision. Even though he didn't know what the imperial court did, he recognized the mysterious person who had attacked earlier. It was Void, whom he had met once in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling was not familiar with this mysterious person, but he knew that this person was related to Grandma Wendao. This meant that the imperial court was also related to Grandma Wendao. In fact, the mysterious man's sudden attack was actually a warning to him. However, compared to the first time they met, this mysterious man named Void had greatly improved his strength. Okay, Lin Ling, you have made your final choice. I hope you won't regret it. Seeing that Lin Ling had made his choice, the man on the griffin nodded coldly and left with the griffin. I didn't expect you to choose the imperial court. As for the scholar from the left minister's residence, he shook his head and left with a step. The two magnates were obviously in a bad mood, as if they had lost some face. Of course, with their seniority, it wasn't appropriate for them to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Moreover, with the people from the imperial court present, they couldn't do it. Lin Ling, from today onwards, you are a member of the imperial court. The young child looked at Lin Ling and revealed a cute smile. Of course, even though the smile was cute, his identity didn't make others feel that he was cute. Lin Ling has joined the imperial court of the 5 magnates. The imperial court is one of the forces that dominate the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. They are the same as the other magnates, fighting openly and secretly within the Divine Dynasty. The imperial court also has the bloodline of the imperial family. Lin Ling is getting closer and closer to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The people of De Yun Mountain began to whisper. The current Lin Ling wasn't someone that anyone could provoke. The geniuses of Heavenly Saint Academy, Resplendent Academy, and Songling Academy looked at Lin Ling with admiration. After all, they knew that even the Grim Reaper didn't seem to have caught the attention of the 5 magnates. However, Lin Ling had done it. Alright, let's go back. Lin Ling floated in the sky and scanned the entire De Yun Mountain. The heavy burden in his heart seemed to have disappeared. In this battle, his name shook the entire Qing state. In this battle, he had also completed his goal. To fall or to rise, he chose to rise. Lin Ling, my lord. Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others all cried out in surprise and rushed into the sky. Lin Ling also smiled and led the crowd away into the distance. Where's the Azure Dragon King? Why didn't he kill Lin Ling? Looking at the carefree Lin Ling, many people's eyes moved quietly. However, the overbearing and majestic lord of Four Ring City had a gloomy face at this moment and was silent. It seems that the Azure Dragon King doesn't dare to kill Lin Ling. Where's the Thunder Mother? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the other Qingzhou giant. However, the Thunder Mother was also silent. There was even a billowing murderous aura around her body that formed thunderbolts, causing people to stay away from her. Obviously, she didn't dare to make a move, and because of that, she suppressed her anger to the extreme. Lin Ling has become the number 1 on the Heavenly Crossing list and entered the 5th city of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. These old monsters of Qing State don't dare to touch Lin Ling. Although they had guessed earlier, many people still felt that it was unreal after witnessing it with their own eyes. This was because before the Heavenly Crossing list began, these old monsters had threatened to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, each and every one of them was sitting there to watch a good show. The current scene seemed to be completely different from the grand words at the beginning. Now that they thought about it, the final result was like a slap to their faces. Lin Ling. Yes. The sovereign marquis muttered to himself and then left. No one knew what he was thinking. The remaining experts also left one after another. When the Azure Dragon King left, he swept his dragon tail and killed a large number of innocent cultivators. Obviously, he was venting his anger on the weak. The Azure Dragon King is so scary. Yes. Looking at how he killed tens of thousands of lives with a wave of his hand, the cultivators in the distance were all shocked. Next, although it was still the Battle of the Sky Surpass list, but people suddenly felt that it was dull and boring. Even the geniuses of the three major academies felt the same. In their opinion, no matter how exciting the next battle was, it wasn't as attractive as the miracle created by Lin Ling. Especially the geniuses of the Radiant Academy. At this moment, they looked at each other and were actually speechless. Now, was Lin Ling still considered a genius of the Radiant Academy? Chapter 2747. Begging Lin Ling, I will surpass you. Staring at the departing figure, Meng Lu muttered to himself with a solemn expression. He no longer planned on charging into the rankings because no matter how hard he tried, Lin Ling would always surpass him. The people of Great Cloud Mountain all had their own thoughts. Some left, some stayed behind, but without exception, they were all reminiscing about the wonderful battle from before. Rainforest Market. After Lin Ling returned, he entered seclusion, because he needed to familiarize himself with the birth of the third Dantian. And the Battle of the Sky Surpass rankings had also benefited Lin Ling greatly. He was more familiar with his own strength. His final trump card, the Flame Wheel, could probably kill all 7th-level True God powerhouses. Even 8th-level True God powerhouses would find it hard to resist. And if he didn't rely on the Flame Wheel, Lin Ling could defeat any 6th-level True God with his various trump cards. This meant that at the late-stage True God realm, Lin Ling could threaten half of the people. Thinking back to everything, Lin Ling felt like he was in a dream. When he first came to the martial god world, he was only in existence at the lowest level. Facing the heavenly court, facing his greatest enemy, Tianlioli, he could only look up. The road of revenge was still very far away. But now, that goal was getting closer and closer. The third Dantian is only at the initial stage. It hasn't even reached the World King realm. I have to find more divine crystals. Then Lin Ling muttered to himself. If the third Dantian's realm was the same as the first Dantian, his strength could increase by another 30%. And the goal of this seclusion was to familiarize himself. 3 days later, Lin Ling exited seclusion. At this moment, there were even more customers in the rainforest market. Moreover, this market had opened several branches in the first ring city, second ring city, and even third ring city. Everyone knew that the shopkeeper of this market was an extraordinary existence, so no one dared to cause trouble in the market. Knowing that Lin Ling had come out of seclusion, those acquaintances also came one after another. Luo Riyao was the first to arrive because he had spent a lot of divine crystals on Lin Ling's market. He planned to cooperate with Gong Yangjiang to make Lin Ling's market the largest in Qing province. For a junior like Lin Ling, he had clearly gambled away his entire fortune. Lin Ling, congratulations. After that, Luo Riyao couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the spirited young man. To him, thinking back to the first time he met Lin Ling, he felt that it was very unreal. At that time, it was in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, and at that time, Lin Ling was very weak and had only just entered his eyes. But who would have thought that in less than 2,000 years, this youth would reach such heights? Firm willpower, fearless courage, hard work, and mysterious talent. If this Lin Ling were to grow up again, Qing province would definitely be his world. Senior Luo Riyao. Lin Ling smiled in greeting. As he swept his eyes around, he discovered that everyone was here, all of them looking at him with happy expressions. Lin Ling suddenly thought that if his grandfather and the others reached the World King realm and came to Qing province, he would be able to protect them. Lin Ling, congratulations, congratulations. You have entered the imperial court. Hee, this means that you have entered the core of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. At this time, Vice Dean Gong, Ancestor Dragon Granny, and the others also arrived. Lin Ling politely greeted them, especially Ancestor Dragon Granny. When Lin Ling was weak, this senior had taken care of Lin Ling a great deal. Thus, Lin Ling was extremely respectful towards her. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, she was actually a bit excited. As she looked at Lin Ling, it was like she was watching a junior gradually grow up, finally becoming a thick and solid tree that stood in his own domain. This sort of sense of accomplishment was even greater than Lin Ling's. That's right, Lin Ling, the elders of Resplendent Academy are outside the gates. After a brief conversation, Vice Dean Gong suddenly looked at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown. Are they here to cause trouble again? No, no, they are here to invite you back to Resplendent Academy. Hearing this, Vice Dean Gong bitterly smiled. Just as his voice fell, an old figure took the lead to rush out. Moreover, he was in a somewhat distressed state, so he stumbled and fell to his knees with a thud. It was unknown whether this was intentional or not. And the person he was kneeling to was Lin Ling. Immediately, the entire city square was shocked again and again. This was because they discovered that the old man who was kneeling was actually Elder Xiaoren. This change caused Ancestor Dragon Granny's mouth to drop open. This old, undying existence had repeatedly made things difficult for Lin Ling in the past. He had even nearly taken away Lin Ling's city square. And now, just what the hell was he doing? You are really bold. Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? At the same time, Lin Ling said coldly. He had also recognized this old man. As soon as he said this, Yu and the others' faces turned cold. It was as if they would immediately attack at the slightest disagreement. The current Lin Ling was no longer afraid of Xiaoren. However, just as Lin Ling's words fell, the old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm here on behalf of Resplendent Academy." His face was filled with panic and fear. He no longer had the attitude of flaunting his seniority. This time, Ancestor Dragon Granny was surprised. There was something wrong with Xiaoren. Lin Ling frowned but did not say anything. It's like this. I'm here on behalf of Resplendent Academy to invite Sir Lin Ling back to Resplendent Academy. Looking at Lin Ling's cold appearance, Xiaoren felt aggrieved and depressed. This was because this was Dean Qin's intention. Moreover, Dean Qin knew that the grudge between him and Lin Ling wasn't light, so he had insisted that he come to apologize. This was really difficult for him. However, he couldn't refute Dean Qin's ruthless request. If he angered Dean Qin, the dean might even attack him. Therefore, he braced himself and came. Of course, he also knew that Lin Ling had entered Five Ring City. Even if he was weaker than him now, he would definitely surpass him in the future. Therefore, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to shake hands and make peace. Get lost. Lin Ling finally knew the other party's purpose, but he didn't give him any face. No, I'm already so old. Perhaps I'll die tomorrow. Please give me some face and return to Resplendent Academy with me. Xiaoren's expression changed drastically. He almost knelt down and kowtowed. What face do you have? However, Lin Ling directly retorted, making Xiaoren unable to put down his face. He was an elder of the academy and an exceptional talent of the past. At the entrance of the market, people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. An elder of Resplendent Academy actually took the initiative to ask a disciple to return to the academy. Was this a joke? Elder Sister Ancestor Dragon Granny, help me. If I can't bring Lin Ling back, Dean Qin will definitely pull out my bones. Seeing Lin Ling's ruthless rejection, Xiaoren hurriedly crawled towards Ancestor Dragon Granny. He hugged her leg and cried. With tears and snot, he looked extremely pitiful. Chapter 2748. Fifth Revolution 4 Symbols Poison. This scene caused her to bitterly smile. The knot in her heart was knotted just like that. And all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Big sister, are you cursing me for being older than you? Scram. Ancestor Dragon Granny would not miss the chance to take revenge. She kicked Xiaoren out of the city like a gourd. Ha! Outside the gate, the crowd burst into laughter. Not only was Xiaoren an elder of the academy, he also had a noble status as a world spiritist. However, he was in such a sorry state when facing Lin Ling. It could be seen that Dean Qin had given Xiaoren a death order. This, you have to save me. Xiaoren immediately crawled back, his aged face filled with pain. Provoking Lin Ling, this fiend, was simply the worst decision of his life. Xiaoren, you go back first. I'll speak to Dean Qin for you. I'll talk to him about Lin Ling's return. At this moment, Vice Dean Gong walked out and said. This caused Xiaoren to be excited and he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Since the Vice Dean had spoken, he had finally escaped a calamity. Immediately he left in a sorry state. After leaving the city, A large number of youths had gathered in the distance. They were all looking at Xiaoran expectantly. However, when they saw Xiaoran walking out alone, they immediately sighed. These people were all geniuses of the Resplendent Academy. They had also come to welcome Lin Ling back. Unfortunately, they could see that Elder Xiaoran had failed. In a restaurant even further away from Second Ring City, Dean Qin also sighed. After the ranking had ended, she went back and carefully thought about it. Her heart was filled with regret. After all, from nothing to something, sweeping through the sky surpassing rankings. This was the first time in the Azure Province. Such a proud matter should have appeared in the annals of the Resplendent Academy. However, she had killed it with her own hands. Thus, if Lin Ling did not return to the Academy, she would be too embarrassed to record this proud matter in the annals of history. And now, she could only look to Vice Dean Gong. Dean, as far as I know, this Lin Ling is very ruthless to his enemies. However, if you become his friend, he would be willing to sacrifice himself. Sigh. Beside him, an extremely beautiful woman smiled. It was Senior Dandelion. What do you mean? Dean Qin's eyes lit up as he looked at the latter. Last time, the principal had indeed gone a little too far. So, if we want Lin Ling to forgive Resplendent Academy, we can only do so with sincerity. Senior Dandelion laughed. Slowly approach him. Do your best to give him some help. For example, his rainforest market, his family and friends. Especially when there are enemies coming to kill us. If Resplendent Academy can provide crucial help, then our conflict with Lin Ling will definitely be resolved. From what you say, that is indeed the case. Dean Qin was overjoyed. If Lin Ling returned, she would be proud of something in her life. But now, who dares to provoke Lin Ling? Damn it, those enemies had better come quickly, otherwise we won't be able to help him at all. Then, Dean Qin mumbled to himself. Senior Dandelion was speechless. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? If Lin Ling found out, forget about returning to the academy, he would even treat Dean Qin as an enemy. At this moment, Vice Principal Gong was constantly persuading Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was stubborn. Once he had decided on something, he would not change it. Vice Principal Gong almost knelt down and called him Little Ancestor. Unfortunately, to Lin Ling, making up for it afterwards was of no use. Because if Lin Ling failed, what awaited him would be endless ridicule and death. Now that Resplendent Academy had come to add flowers to the brocade, it was obviously useless. Some things, once there is a crack, no matter how much you want to mend it, it will be useless. In the end, Lin Ling said indifferently. Vice Principal Gong did not try to persuade him anymore. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. Lin Ling, there is something I must tell you. At this time, a tall figure walked in through the door. He was dressed in loose clothes, looking lazy and calm. However, there was a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Eighth Lord. Lin Ling obviously knew this man, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Red Jade Tiger is injured. Eighth Lord's gaze swept across the people in the market, and finally landed on Lin Ling. He said anxiously, "What?" Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression finally changed. What happened to Lord Red Jade Tiger? Yu and the others also sounded anxious. Even Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others took a step forward, their faces full of worry. They were all from the Martial Gods Battalion, and they had special feelings for Lord Red Jade Tiger. Moreover, after Lin Ling and the others came to Qingzhou, Red Jade Tiger had been helping them. This was a huge favor. Sir, please save Marshal Red Jade Tiger. At this time, several figures appeared in the market. They were Huang Fuidao and the other two great generals. This made Lin Ling's expression even more serious. He realized that this matter was no small matter. Everyone quiet down. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at Eighth Lord. Eighth Lord nodded and said slowly, 3 days ago, when you killed Death God in the battle of the Heavenly Transcendence rankings, the black-robed old man attacked you. That old man is Mo Lao, one of the divine adjudicators of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and he belongs to the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. Red Jade Tiger, in order to stop him, exchanged a few blows with him and was poisoned by him. Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly remembered. If he remembered correctly, that despicable black-robed old man's talents seemed to be a snake. With Lord Red Jade Tiger's strength, Mo Lao's poison shouldn't be able to hurt him. Lin Ling asked. If it was a poison triggered by his talent, Red Jade Tiger would not be afraid. However, that sinister old man hid the 5 transformation 4 symbols demon in his attack, and it formed the world poison. Yesterday, Red Jade Tiger discovered that his dantian was implanted with the world poison, and it began to transform into the 5 transformation 4 symbols realm. 8th Lord said word by word. What kind of poison is this? Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others frowned when they heard this. However, Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn at this moment because he had heard of this poison before. Therefore, he explained, this poison forms the 5 transformation 4 symbols in a martial artist's dantian, and it forms 9 realms. This means that an interface has appeared in Lord Red Jade Tiger's dantian, and it will continue to expand until Lord Red Jade Tiger explodes. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How big were the interfaces? For example, the rainforest's sacred ground. However, such interfaces had appeared in Lord Red Jade Tiger's dantian, and there were 9 of them. If the interfaces were completely formed, who could stop it? His entire body would probably explode. This poison was terrifying. We have exhausted all methods, but we can't detoxify it. The main reason is that this poison is too strong. 8th Lord said helplessly. With his power, he did not care about ordinary poisons, but he was helpless against the world poison. Chapter 2749. Reaching the western boundary, 3 days have passed. After 9 days, the 5 transformations and 4 symbols will be born. Even the Daluo immortals won't be able to save you. Lin Ling said again, his expression even more solemn. That was because Lord Red Jade Tiger was poisoned while protecting him. This also meant that the poison was used on him by Mo Lao. That old man was truly vicious. If this poison was used on Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would definitely be destroyed. Lin Ling would remember this grudge in his heart. However, the most important thing now was to save Lord Red Jade Tiger. Otherwise, Lin Ling would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. 6 more days. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he searched through Li Xiaoyao's memories. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Life and death are predestined. Red Jade Tiger said that the martial god's camp has a successor. He can die in peace. Lord 8th looked at Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was feeling guilty. He immediately comforted Lin Ling Yu, and the others' faces dimmed when they heard that. Their eyes were moist. That indomitable man died to save Lin Ling. Lin Ling owed him a favor. That Mo Lao is despicable. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others shouted angrily. They wanted nothing more than to kill that respected god's inquisitor. The martial god's camp will remember this grudge. Killing Mo Lao is also the martial god's camp's lifelong goal. Now, everyone, let's go see Red Jade Tiger. Send him off before we leave. Lord 8's voice was also filled with killing intent. He looked at everyone and sighed. However, he immediately realized that Lin Ling didn't reveal any sadness. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something. This made Lord 8 a little angry. Lin Ling was too heartless. Red Jade Tiger was about to die, but Lin Ling didn't feel any guilt at all. He was just about to reprimand Lord 8 when Lin Ling spoke before him, and a single sentence caused Lord 8 to be stunned on the spot. Moreover, everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. I can cure this poison. Lin Ling's gaze finally regained its calmness as he spoke word by word. Boom. Lord 8's heart kept rumbling as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He had sought divine doctors in 5 Ring City for this poison, but none of them had the ability to reverse the situation. Yet Lin Ling had said that he could. Are you joking? Lord 8 exclaimed. Falling flowers, flowing water sword, and the others had their mouths wide open. Even Vice Principal Gong was the same. I won't take your life as a joke, Lin Ling said with a serious expression. Your Excellency, you have 6 more days to live. After 6 days, the 9 worlds will be born, but I have a way to delay the birth of the 9 worlds until 1 year later. Lin Ling continued, the land of Flame World has ancient flames that can slow down the birth of the 9 realms. Land of the Flame World? Could it be a fragment of the Flame World? Vice Principal Gong immediately exclaimed. Lin Ling nodded. The Resplendent Academy has one of the fragments of the Flame World, and I know of another place that also has a fragment of the Flame World. This way, it can suppress the birth of the 9 worlds. The other place that Lin Ling mentioned was where the Evil Flame sect was located. That was his territory, and he was the sect master of the Evil Flame sect. Are you sure? Vice Principal Gong suddenly realized that he could not see through Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling nodded, but his expression was still serious. Even so, the Red Jade Tiger's poison can only be suppressed. It can't be cured. Lord Eighth pondered. I know how to cure this poison, but I need to find something. Lin Ling immediately looked at Lord Eighth and said, Lord Eighth, do you know where I can find the 7 Treasures Yellow Springs charm? 7 Treasures Yellow Springs charm? Taboo cloud? That's a highly toxic item. Lord Eighth's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He had obviously heard of this mysterious object before. Vice Dean Gong was the same. He said in surprise, no one knows the origin of this cloud, but after it appears, any realm will be destroyed. 10,000 years ago, this cloud appeared mightily in the primal chaos of the universe. Everywhere it passed, all the realms collapsed, and countless people died. 7 treasures, 7 treasures. Every time a realm collapses, the light of the 7 treasures will appear. However, because all realms are destroyed, it is also called the Yellow Springs charm. As soon as Vice Dean Gong finished speaking, everyone immediately looked at Lin Ling. If they did not see Lin Ling's serious expression, they would have thought that Lin Ling was joking. Could such a terrifying poisonous cloud save Lord Red Jade Tiger? Lin Ling, this is? Lord Eighth could not help but ask. Lin Ling looked at everyone and said solemnly, fight poison with poison. Poison! Lord Eighth, Vice Academy Master Gong, and even Luri Yao and the other ancient experts were all stunned. Lin Ling had thought of a way to cure a wound that even the great Azure Divine Dynasty's genius doctors could not cure. Is this possible? Yes. Lord Eighth's voice was a little nervous because he was a little excited. There is no other choice now, but I have 60% confidence. Lin Ling looked at Lord Eighth indifferently, then took a deep breath and said, I will not let you die. Yes. In this life, Lin Ling had met many important people, such as Venerable Sea Calming from the rainforest's sacred land, Lord Watermist, and so on. He would repay anyone who had helped him. All right, let's do this. Lin Ling, I believe in you. Yes. Lord Eighth was indeed a formidable person. He immediately nodded and asked people to look for the 7 Treasures Yellow Springs charm. However, this kind of taboo cloud was very difficult to find, so he had no clue. On the other hand, Vice Principal Gong took out a jade slip and imbued it with his realm essence. A large number of words appeared on the jade slip, and he kept searching. This jade slip recorded the major events that had happened in the universe. There should be information about the 7 Treasures Yellow Springs charm. West World, 10,000 Difficulties World. Yes. Vice Principal Gong finally raised his head and said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. There is no time to lose. I will go look for it immediately. Yes. Lin Ling, I am stronger than you. I will go look for it. Yes. Lord Eighth immediately said, making Lin Ling smile and say, Lord Eighth, do you know the 7 Treasures Netherworld charm? These words immediately stunned Lord Eighth, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. Of course, he was also a little surprised. After all, even with his strength, he had never seen the 7 treasures of the Netherworld charm, but Lin Ling actually knew about this poisonous object? After that, Lin Ling did not say anything else. After entering his room, he took out the Time and Space Divine Steel and went through it to the Flame World. He talked with the Evil Flame sect and returned with the Flame World. After giving the Flame World to Lord Eighth and telling him how to use it, he left the Green State. West World, 10,000 Difficulties World. There were countless worlds here, and there were countless experts. In the Green State, there were also many experts here. However, The West world was very big. Even the indomitable experts of the Green State had not traveled all over the West world. Fortunately, the 10,000 difficulties world was his general goal. With Lin Ling's 6-world speed, he still had a chance to find the poisonous cloud. Shio. Chapter 2750. Myriad Cloud Mountain, what is that? I clearly saw someone in the sky, but he disappeared in an instant. Even with my strength, I couldn't see through him? That is a martial artist from a stronger world. There is always someone better than you. Although we are the strongest in this world, to the other worlds, we are nothing but ants. But that person is so young. To have such strength at such a young age, he must be a great figure. The strongest world king of these worlds said in shock. And the figure that quickly passed through was Lin Ling. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling appeared in a huge world. This place was very big, and he couldn't see everything in a short period of time. Among the 10,000 worlds, some worlds were huge as if they were endless, and some worlds were smaller and could be seen with a single glance. And the speed of a world that martial artists spoke of was measured in terms of ordinary worlds. At this moment, in this world's myriad cloud mountain, a large number of martial artists sat cross-legged on the mountain. This mountain was grand, as if it were a prairie. Ethereal spirit clouds shrouded the top of the mountain, causing light to shoot up into the sky from time to time. There were actually many martial artists breaking through on this mountain. And this was the special characteristic of Myriad Cloud Mountain. According to legends, these clouds came from the universe's chaos and had powerful spirit energy that could increase a martial artist's strength. Therefore, martial artists who didn't have any divine crystals on them would mostly cultivate here. Over time, this lively scene formed. This Myriad Cloud Mountain had become a cultivation treasure land. Moreover, there were various measures here, such as wine and meat, and there were even beautiful women accompanying them. After all, not every martial artist could endure the boredom of cultivation. Tsuke, that Fuchi has only been here for 3 months and he broke through. His talent is really outstanding. I'm afraid his strength has reached the 2nd level of True God Realm. True God Realm, this is the peak strength of this world. Come, drink some wine first. Blindly cultivating sometimes doesn't have good results. On the mountain, martial artists in 2s and 3s were drinking wine and chatting. They were bathing in the spirit clouds, and their bodies were indescribably comfortable. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Then, a man wearing a large cloak landed on the mountain range. This man was tall and carried a huge ancient sword on his back. His steps were steady and he looked extraordinary. However, his cultivation didn't seem to be strong, making it difficult for others to see through him. The wide brim of the hat covered the face, which made many people curious. What kind of face was under the brim of the hat? Maybe it's an old man. Maybe it's an ugly freak. But what puzzles me is that his cultivation level doesn't seem to be high, but when he came, I couldn't see through his speed. Some warriors laughed and chatted. They seemed to be staring at the cloaked man, but in reality, they did not pay much attention to him. This was because there were too many warriors gathered in the Myriad Cloud Mountain. There were all kinds of people here, so it was not surprising. Cultivate with spirit clouds? This world seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. At this moment, the cloaked man muttered to himself. He was Lin Ling. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he revealed his 3rd dantian. That dantian was the weakest, so everyone thought that his cultivation level was not high. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling found a good place and prepared to sit down cross-legged. Wait, the spirit clouds here are not bad. Let me have it. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling and forcibly occupied the place where Lin Ling was cultivating. One must know that the spirit clouds of the Myriad Cloud Mountain were constantly changing. Some places had denser spirit clouds, which doubled the cultivation effect. This kind of treasure land was undoubtedly the most important place for everyone. Is this person bullying an outsider? That's Feng Haoqi, a guy who can't be seen in public. Everyone looked at the somewhat shameless thin figure and shook their heads. However, the cloaked man in front of everyone didn't say much. He left the treasure land and chose a place with dimmer spirit clouds to sit down cross-legged. Honest people are always bullied. What can he do? In this world where strength is respected, strength is capital. The cloaked man is obviously not strong. However, his big sword is quite strange. Whispers came from the surroundings again. Hee, this place is not bad. However, I thought that the cloaked man was some old monster. Who knew that he would be so young? As for the man named Feng Haoqi, he laughed and then sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling didn't care about the voices around him. His soul power quietly spread out. The myriad cloud mountain was indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling found that there were many warriors from the Green Province here. It seemed that the Green Province was extremely famous in this world. Most importantly, there were a few existences beyond the true God realm in this world. They were hidden in the world and outsiders didn't know about them. Cloud, where did it come from? Finally, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. His soul power found a mysterious place. There were all kinds of strange clouds in the universe. Perhaps there was the 7 treasures yellow charm. In the battle of the heavenly transcendence rankings, my luck was very bad. It was so bad that I was speechless. I hope that my luck will improve this time. Without any intention to stay, Lin Ling prepared to leave. However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the sky. No one is allowed to leave. Under the orders of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, we are to track down the 9 province 10 evils. Rolling auras shrouded the myriad cloud mountain. Unknowingly, a large number of experts appeared in the sky. They were all true God realm experts. Have you seen this person? He is one of the 9 province 10 evils. If you see him, you must report to us. Those who report will be rewarded. If you don't report, then it will be a crime for 9 generations. A majestic voice came from the mouth of a man. Golden flames were blooming on his body, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. The crowd was terrified when they saw this. They realized that those experts weren't people they could afford to offend. At the same time, a huge illusion appeared in the sky. It seemed to be one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. What was surprising was that it was a young man in a blue and white robe. He was very young, had delicate features, and carried a large sword on his back. It was unforgettable at first glance. Who is this person? He is one of the 9 province 10 evils at such a young age? He doesn't look fierce. Everyone started to talk about it. Wait, this person seems to be Lin Ling. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded like a thunderclap in the myriad cloud mountain. Who is Lin Ling? He seems to be very famous. Everyone present came from the myriad world, so not many people had heard of this name. Chapter 2751. Everyone came out. No way, he actually became number 1. The Tianyue ranking list seems to be very difficult. I heard that the strongest geniuses took one step at a time. It took them thousands of years to get to the top. How did he get to number 1 in one try? Amazing, amazing. So it's Lin Ling. I've also heard of him. However, how did he become one of the 9 states' 10 evils? I heard that he entered the 5-ring city. Exclamations rose one after another. Many people talked about the battle of the Tianyue ranking list and described it with joy. It was as if they were there to witness it. Although not many people knew the name Lin Ling, everyone knew that Lin Ling was on the Tianyue ranking list. Judging from the difficulty of getting to the Tianyue ranking list, they knew that Lin Ling was very amazing. Shut up. However, at this moment, the man in flames in the sky shouted coldly. He pointed his finger and immediately, the man who spoke first exploded. He was killed by the golden flames. This time, everyone shuddered. The man who died was the master of a realm. His strength was monstrous. However, he couldn't stop the attack of this group of experts. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Ling is one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Anyone who sees him will report. Anyone who doesn't report will be killed without mercy. The man in flames spoke again. It seems that this is not the order of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. This group of people should secretly want to kill Lin Ling. After all, this is the West Kingdom. If Lin Ling dies here, who would know? Many people started to guess. Some of the warriors who often wandered around the Qingzhou knew that this group of men seemed to be from the Tating Commandery. After all, the golden flames were the symbol of the Tating Commandery. Of course, guessing was just guessing. The Tating Commandery was not something that they could provoke. "Sir, what's the reward for reporting?" Of course, there would be brave men when there was a reward. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise. "The reward is 5,000 divine gems." "Yes," the experts in the sky said coldly. They looked at the man who spoke and said, "You've seen him?" "Yes." "Yes, I've seen him. Just now." "Yes." The man who spoke immediately became excited. 5,000 divine gems was a huge sum of money to him. "Isn't that Feng Haoqi?" The crowd looked at the man who spoke. As for the man called Feng Haoqi, he pointed his finger at the cloaked man at the edge of the Thousand-Cloud Mountain. "It's him." "Isn't this the cloaked man who gave the treasure to Feng Haoqi?" "Feng Haoqi, aren't you a bit too ugly?" The other party gave him the treasured land, but instead of being grateful, he betrayed the other party? "That's Lin Ling." The myriad Cloud Mountain's martial artists all felt very surprised. It had to be known that entering the Azure Prefecture's four-ring city was the dream of every martial artist, and seeing those mysterious geniuses was something that martial artists looked forward to the most. Now, the strongest generation of Qingzhou had appeared before their eyes and was cultivating at the same place as them. This was a blessing. However, under the gazes of everyone present, the cloaked figure still sat cross-legged on the ground, and he seemed to be completely indifferent to what was happening in the surroundings. This caused the experts in the sky to frown. "It's you. You don't have to hide it. My fiery eyes of truth have already seen through you." Feng Haoqi was deeply afraid that the experts in the sky would not believe him, so he danced with joy as he spoke. This was because he had previously glanced at the face under the hood through the cloak and discovered that it was exactly the same as the illusion in the sky. Therefore, he was very certain. He even almost wanted to rush over, tear off the cloaked figure's cloak, grab his neck, and ruthlessly slap him a few times to make him admit that he was Lin Ling. "Cowardly bandit, you dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it?" Feng Haoqi lifted his chin and said again. As for the experts in the sky, they also looked at the cloaked figure. At this moment, they somewhat believed that the cloaked figure was Lin Ling. This was because they had purchased information from the Flying Dragon organization and knew that Lin Ling had come to the Western Kingdom and appeared in this area. Therefore, they immediately chased after him. Now that they saw the cloaked figure's calm reaction, they were even more certain that the cloaked figure was Lin Ling. After all, ordinary people would have already panicked at this moment. "Lin Ling, are you very surprised that we found you? Today, you should pay back the humiliation of the Grand Court Commandery." In the sky, the leading man sneered, "You are not in Qingzhou and there are no 6 barracks. Although I know that you are the strongest generation, I am a Stage 7 True God expert and a member of the Grand Court Secret Army. Although you can kill a Stage 7 True God expert, that is because of the power of the flame coffin. The power of this martial art is indeed not bad, but its weakness is obvious. It takes a long time to execute." "Yes. Do you think that we will give you time to execute it?" "Yes." On the other side, the rolling sandstorm formed a tall wall and sealed off the entire Thousand-Cloud Mountain. Only the experts of the commandery had arrived. Although they had reached an agreement with Lin Ling to not interfere with each other's business, an emperor's heart was the most suspicious. The current emperor did not trust Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling would go back on his words. Therefore, they decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. After all, if they did not kill Lin Ling now, they would not have the chance to do so. Looking at the terrifying aura in the sky, everyone's expression kept changing. The secret army of the 2 commanderies had arrived. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, it did not bode well for him. Moreover, they had heard from the people of the 2 commanderies that Lin Ling's strongest move seemed to require time to execute. This was his weakness. Thinking of this, everyone looked towards the edge of the Thousand-Cloud Mountain. However, the cloaked man was still as calm as a mountain. It made people wonder if this person was really Lin Ling. However, Soon, a fair hand slowly reached out from the wide cloak and landed on the brim of the hat. It took off the brim and revealed a handsome face. At the same time, a cold voice filled the air. It seems that the agreement is useless. Then, among the 4 commanderies, only my commandery and Grand Court commandery will be removed. Silence. The voice floated out, causing the 1,000-cloud mountain to become silent. People were finally sure that this was the legendary Lin Ling. Of course, what surprised people was Lin Ling's words. He actually wanted to destroy the 2 commanderies? It should be known that there were many people who did not know Lin Ling, but there were very few who had not heard of the 2 commanderies. But now, Lin Ling had threatened to destroy the 2 commanderies with his own strength? This was like a fantasy. Lin Ling, why are you so arrogant? If it were not for the 6 military camps last time, do you think that the 2 commanderies would be afraid of you? Now that you are alone, you are like a dog that can be killed at any time. In the sky, the strong men were not frightened. Instead, they laughed wildly. It was as if they had already killed Lin Ling and became the heroes of the commandery. Secret army, move out. Kill. After the wild laughter, a cold voice rang out. All the strong men in the sky rushed towards Lin Ling. Chapter 2752. I was wrong. He's Lin Ling. That's great, my divine crystal. Feng Haoqi shouted excitedly. A large number of experts pounced on Lin Ling. They were all above the 5th level of True God Realm. Didn't you guys watch the Sky Surpass ranking battle? At this moment, a calm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. With a thought, the tyrannical song sword behind him floated up. 365 swords shot out like a swarm of locusts towards the front. To him, it was useless to rely on a sea of people tactic. In the past, he had fought 10 battles consecutively. This showed how terrifying his endurance was. Swoosh, swoosh. The Ashura sword formation seemed to have come from hell. It was like the sword of the Ashura king, piercing through a large number of martial arts in an instant. Painful cries rang out. Those experts who tried to kill Lin Ling were all killed in one slash. One move. Dozens of experts above the 5th level of True God Realm were turned into ashes. Although their cultivation levels were high, their talents were not as strong as the strongest generation. Even their ultimate martial arts were not strong. They only relied on the weapons in their hands to be slightly powerful. Instant kill. Swoosh. That scene immediately caused everyone to be shocked again and again. Swoosh, swoosh. The sword radiance was like water. There were figures falling from the sky continuously. It was a shocking sight. The leaders of the 2 commanderies felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Although they knew that there would be deaths when they chased after Lin Ling, they did not expect so many people to die. These people were the trusted aides of the commanderies. They had spent a lot of resources to cultivate them. Now that they were all killed, the 2 commanderies had obviously suffered a huge loss. Looks like we have to take action. Otherwise, more people will die. One of the men could not hold back and looked at the leader of the commanderies. That person immediately nodded. Both of them were at the 7th level of True God Realm and were the leaders of the secret army. Although Lin Ling was very strong, they only needed to pay attention to Lin Ling's flame coffin. Don't let him activate the flame coffin. Without the flame coffin, he will definitely not be able to kill the experts of the 7th level of True God Realm. That's right. Today, the myriad cloud mountain will be his burial ground. A surging aura burst out, and the pressure was extremely great. On the myriad cloud mountain, many warriors knelt down, suppressed by the aura. Attack! The 2 of them glanced at each other. Golden flames and red sandstorm erupted, enveloping Lin Ling as they rushed towards him. At that instant, the 10,000 cloud mountain was completely shattered. However, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged calmly, as if he hadn't noticed their attacks. Boom! The attacks of the 2 instantly drowned Lin Ling. The 1,000-cloud mountain immediately quieted down. Everyone was suspicious. Could it be that Lin Ling had died? For some reason, they believed that Lin Ling would not be defeated so easily. However, the warriors from the 2 commanderies were extremely confident. They laughed excitedly and said, "Dead? did we kill Lin Ling? Ha! We have become heroes of the commandery. My divine crystal. This is great. Feng Haoqi shouted excitedly. In his opinion, Lin Ling was just a junior. How could he resist the pursuit of the two commanderies? Not allowing me to use the flaming coffin is indeed a good idea. However, the prerequisite is that all of you are the strongest generation in the 7th level of True God Realm. Because not all 7th level of True God Realm practitioners are feared by me. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Colorful flames filled the air, and a flaming god stood up on the myriad cloud mountain. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was not dead, and he seemed to be fine. They did not know that when Lin Ling used his full strength, an ordinary 7th level of True God Realm could not threaten him. Only geniuses could. These experts from the commanderies were obviously not geniuses. Swoosh! The 6 realm speed burst out and a sword pierced through the air. The leader of the Tating commandery was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. My lord! The warriors from the Tating commandery shouted worriedly. However, the leader did not say anything, which made them puzzled. No need to shout. He is already dead. At this moment, billowing flames appeared in the sky. A figure in a blue and white robe stood there. As he spoke, the leader's head fell off. Plop. When the head fell to the ground, everyone's heart skipped a beat. An expert at the 7th level of True God Realm died just like that? The expression of the leader of the group from the commandery changed drastically. He was an old man and a prince of the commandery. But now, as he looked at Lin Ling, a junior, his heart was filled with fear. Swoosh! However, before he could say anything, Lin Ling's 6 realms speed burst out again. He arrived in front of the old man and swung his sword coldly. The old man's head fell off. Don't think of yourself as a genius. After the sword fell, Lin Ling said indifferently. The remaining warriors from the 2 commanderies were in a panic. At this moment, they finally knew what a genius was. A genius could not be measured by common sense. Trying to escape? However, Lin Ling's eyebrows twitched. Swords shot out one after another, neatly taking the lives of these people. The secret armies of the 2 commanderies were completely annihilated. Before they died, they realized that Lin Ling's strength was not as simple as the flame coffin. They are all dead. Die! The crowd stared at the scene and their faces froze. They had originally thought that there would be an exciting battle, but who would have thought that Lin Ling did not even warm up? In just a few moves, all of the strong cultivators had died. There was no battle to the death. Everything was too casual. Indeed, the title of the strongest generation was not an undeserved reputation. In the 2 commanderies, except for His Majesty and the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, there was no one who could be Lin Ling's opponent. As for Feng Haoqi, he was tongue-tied and quietly retreated. It's your turn. However, Lin Ling's cold eyes fell on him. Plop. Feng Haoqi's body trembled. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Senior, please spare my life. I was forced to do this. They said that if I don't report what I know, all my relatives will be killed. Previously, he had wanted to take off Lin Ling's cloak, grab Lin Ling's neck, and slap him a few times so that Lin Ling would report his own life. But now, he did not dare to do that even if he was given 10 guts. This was because he did not expect that the combined forces of 2 large commanderies could not defeat a young man. Don't you think these words are fake? Lin Ling looked at Feng Haoqi calmly and said, Forced? From the beginning to the end, everyone saw that Feng Haoqi was greedy and volunteered to betray Lin Ling. They did not see anyone threatening him. Everyone knew this and their eyes were filled with disdain. I was wrong. Yes. Feng Haoqi was even more afraid now. The smell of urine filled his body. This guy was so scared that he wet himself. At this moment, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Didn't you want the divine crystal? Your divine crystal is right here. I am Lin Ling. You can go and report this. Chapter 2753. Maelstrom Holy Land. Senior, please give me one more chance. I will apologize to you. Feng Hao kowtowed furiously. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret, extreme regret. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling turned around and left, causing Feng Haoqi to think that he had escaped a calamity. However, at this moment, a wisp of flame shot over and landed on his body, instantly burning him up. A painful groan sounded from the top of the mountain. However, no one sympathized with him. Instead, many people were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Feng Haoqi was furious. He had shot himself in the foot. He deserved it. After that, everyone looked at the departing Lin Ling with a solemn expression. This Lin Ling hadn't even cultivated for 2,000 years. His strength was terrifying. Most likely, no one in this world was his match. To be able to surpass a realm lord at such a young age, this was simply unbelievable. If only I had his strength. That's right. He's free and unrestrained. No one dares to provoke him. You? Dream on. What is a genius? A genius is a person blessed by the heavens. After a while, the myriad cloud mountain regained its liveliness as the cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was heading towards the secret grounds of this realm. He had previously seen that this realm hid a secret that no one knew about. Most importantly, there were large amounts of mysterious clouds there. Perhaps he could find the 7 treasures of the underworld charm there. Tating commandery, the only commandery. You're courting death. Thinking of what happened before, Lin Ling's face turned cold. In fact, he had intended to ignore the 2 commanderies. However, the emperor was paranoid and was afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge on him. Therefore, he made a wrong move. If the emperors of the 2 commanderies knew that Lin Ling had no intention of settling the score, they would definitely regret it to death. He had provoked a great enemy for no reason. Lin Ling continued forward. Gradually, a huge vortex appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these vortexes were actually formed from clouds. There were fire clouds, ice clouds, thunder clouds, wind clouds, and so on. It was as if all the divine clouds in the universe had gathered here. And in the vicinity, there were no martial artists. Clearly, for many people, this was a dangerous place that they could not approach. However, Lin Ling was still moving forward, and he was getting closer and closer to the terrifying vortex. Finally, a voice rang out. "Who are you?" The voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Then, an old man wearing a green robe appeared in the sky. He sat cross-legged there, and his eyebrows were very long, reaching his knees. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed as he spoke indifferently. What was surprising was that his breathing carried a mysterious rhythm. As he inhaled and exhaled, it was as if the chaos in the universe was jumping. "I am Lin Ling from Qingzhou." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. He couldn't see through this old man, but he was clearly someone with monstrous strength. Perhaps he came from the ancient era. "Qingzhou? Then why are you here?" The old man's eyes were still closed, but his aura was not as cold as before. Obviously, he was also from Qingzhou. "I'm here for my lord. My lord has been poisoned by the 5 transformation 4 symbols poison and needs the 7 treasures Acheron charm. That's why I'm here." Lin Ling did not hide anything and said directly. That was because hiding anything from an expert that he could not see through would be even more ineffective. "Oh." The old man's eyes finally opened, and he quietly looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling felt as if all his secrets had been seen through, which made him slightly shocked. This old man, even Li Xiaoyao at his peak, might not be able to defeat him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao in the past was only slightly weaker. After all, Li Xiaoyao was a junior, and his cultivation time was not long. "Then do you know where this is?" the old man said. Then he saw Lin Ling shake his head. He said seriously, "This is the great Qingzhou Divine Dynasty's land of destiny. It is also where the dragon vein is. In the entire Qingzhou, there are 9 such lands of destiny." Hearing that, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He never thought that this place would have such a great background. It seemed that the martial god realm was not the most mysterious place in the universe. There were many places in the universe that contained the secrets of the universe. "Senior, I didn't know that this was a land of destiny. However, I'm eager to save someone. I hope that Senior will be merciful. Lin Ling bowed again. The old man's eyes flickered slightly. He said indifferently, "This place is very dangerous. Not to mention a true immortal like you, even a martial immortal might not be able to leave alive. You still want to go in?" "I'm not afraid." Lin Ling raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. This caused the old man's eyes to flicker unnoticeably. Then he said, "Show me your strength." But Lin Ling did not hide anything and erupted with his full strength. Azura sword formation, godly demon body, and evil flame transformation were all displayed. Of course, he did not display his secrets, the space-time divine steel, chaos divine formula, and 10,000 elephant demon eyes. Even so, this shocked the old man. Through the strength that Lin Ling displayed, he was sure that this was a powerful genius. At full strength, he could definitely fight someone 2 levels above him. Especially that divine body, he could not see through it. It seemed to be a world-devouring beast. Moreover, Lin Ling actually had a double-gifted body. "Go in this way." Then the old man said indifferently. He pointed at the huge whirlpool behind him. The whirlpool separated and various clouds intertwined, revealing a path formed by clouds. After entering, life and death are up to fate. If you can successfully come out, I'll collect the 7 treasures of the underworld charm for you. The old man warned again. In reality, he did not think that Lin Ling would succeed. However, Lin Ling dared to enter this place of death for others and his determination was firm. This made him admire Lin Ling very much. Therefore, he gave him a way out and let Lin Ling go in. Of course, the most important thing was that he felt that even if he rejected Lin Ling would still force his way in. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Ling strode forward without hesitation. His boldness shocked the old man again. After Lin Ling disappeared into the huge whirlpool, he sighed softly. "Such a genius. What a pity. However, he is also a firm person, so I can't reject him. I've been guarding the lands of destiny for countless years. However, 8 of the 9 lands of destiny have been opened. Only this one has not been opened." The ethereal voice slowly echoed in the sky. This place was obviously related to the secret of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The rolling strange clouds surged like waves in the sea, which was an eye-opener for Lin Ling. However, he also sensed a mysterious force coming from the front. That senior seemed to say that this path is very dangerous. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He did not know where this was, but he believed that if he could successfully come out, the senior would definitely fulfill his promise. Rumble. At this moment, brown clouds appeared in front of him. At this moment, they spread out in layers and emitted a deafening sound. This made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. Were these still clouds? Chapter 2754. Divine Body Cloud. Moreover, after the mysterious cloud arrived, the surrounding air seemed to have become heavy, making Lin Ling feel as if he was carrying an endless mountain on his back. World-swallowing beast. Lin Ling suddenly roared. The god-devil body appeared. A huge mouth floated behind him, increasing his defensive power. That heavy feeling immediately weakened quite a bit. However, the clouds in front of them were still rolling over like giant cotton balls. Bang! The path in front of him was blocked, so Lin Ling immediately rushed forward and punched out. What happened next terrified him. His fist smashed into the clouds, but it couldn't move the clouds at all. This is the cloud of the earth? Lin Ling instantly reacted. This was clearly an earth-type mystical cloud. I need to unleash even more power. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and the swords shot forward. He held the sword and slashed the clouds, and only then did he slowly cut apart the giant clouds in front of him. A large path gradually appeared. However, cutting through these clouds also exhausted Lin Ling. After an unknown amount of time, the brown clouds finally passed. However, at this moment, blue clouds appeared in front of him. It was as if the heavenly river was flowing in reverse, surging over. Again? What the hell is this place? Lin Ling was shocked. It seemed that this road was not easy to walk. Ashura sword formation. In a spurt of energy, Lin Ling attempted to charge through these blue clouds. However, he had underestimated these terrifying blue clouds. This was because the power contained within the blue clouds was not something he could withstand. In just a short moment, he was sent flying by the enormous blue clouds. Those clouds had blocked his path. Again! This time, Lin Ling merged the two dantians together, and his strength increased greatly. However, he still failed. I don't know if the flow of time here is fast or slow. The longer I stay here, the more disadvantageous it is for Sir Red Jade Tiger. Lin Ling didn't rest and attacked the blue cloud again. However, he still failed and even suffered heavy injuries. This caused him to immediately become anxious. Could it be that he was going to fail? Everything has its own rules. These strange clouds must have their own rules. Lin Ling suppressed the anxiety in his heart and activated the myriad mammoth's devil eyes. As he looked at the blue clouds, he realized that they seemed to contain the mysteries of primal chaos. Although they looked like clouds, they were actually seas. Furthermore, they contained as much water as the 100 worlds or the 1,000 realms. And this was definitely not something that Lin Ling could withstand. Water moistens all living things. It can be hard or soft. Right? Why do I have to compete with the ocean? I can go with the flow. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin Ling's face. He activated his evil flame change, and his speed reached the speed of 5 realms. Then he shot into the blue clouds. This time, he did not charge forward recklessly. Instead, he chose to follow the trajectory of the blue clouds. It was as if he had entered the waves of the sea, following the flow of the waves. This time, he wasn't pushed back. Instead, he flowed around in the blue clouds like a rootless duckweed. However, Lin Ling was excited because he believed that there would be a time when he would be able to escape from the blue clouds. Sure enough, after an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally returned to the path of the blue clouds. He followed the waves and passed through the blue clouds. However, a layer of golden clouds appeared in front of him and blocked his path once again. This motherfucker! Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. He finally guessed that these clouds had the power of the 5 elements. The first, it was earth. Then it was water. Now it was metal. Fight! Lin Ling immediately rushed forward, and the golden cloud had a sharp cutting intent. It immediately cut Lin Ling until he was dripping with blood. Lin Ling also erupted with the heavenly dome transformation, reaching his peak state. He risked his life to rush out of the golden clouds. In his peak state, Lin Ling's attack, defense, and speed were all extremely terrifying. After a period of time, Lin Ling finally rushed out of the golden clouds. Even so, he still felt a lingering fear. If the golden clouds had entangled him for a long time, he would have been in danger. What kind of place is this? It seems to change according to the cultivation of the person who enters. If one surpasses the true immortal realm, I'm afraid that there will be even more strange clouds. However, these clouds are also mixed with the chaotic spiritual energy of the universe. After rushing through 3 strange clouds, my cultivation realm seems to have increased. Lin Ling slowed down and slowly advanced. He knew that there was still a test ahead. Sure enough, after the golden clouds, green clouds appeared. He could even see countless plants crisscrossing in the clouds, ancient and mottled. This is a wood-type cloud. After Lin Ling rested for a moment, he immediately rushed into the green clouds. A large number of vines immediately wrapped around him, making it difficult for him to move. Lin Ling also saw that there were many statues in the clouds. They were all entwined by plants, and it was unknown how long they had been there. Could it be that those are the martial artists who entered this place? A thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. If he was completely entangled, then he would never be able to get out. Mere plants, could it be that they can go against me? Lin Ling pushed the space-time fire to the limit. Fire could restrain wood. Sure enough, the surrounding vines and plants began to burn, and Lin Ling took this opportunity to quickly shoot forward. Because Lin Ling discovered that if he wanted to use the space-time fire to burn the green clouds, it would consume a lot of his realm essence. And there would definitely be strange clouds next, so he had to conserve a portion of his strength. After an unknown amount of time, When Lin Ling rushed out of the green clouds, he was also completely exhausted. Passing through these mysterious clouds, he discovered that the difficulty was even more difficult than fighting the heaven-surpassing rankings. Rumble. And next was the flaming clouds. Rolling flaming clouds appeared, making Lin Ling sigh helplessly. Because he did not have the chance to rest at all. Moreover, the flaming clouds appeared at the end. These strange clouds were clearly more terrifying than the previous clouds. Divine body? Could it be the divine body cloud? Sensing that ferocious aura, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth could not help but twitch. Next was probably going to be a tough battle. The clouds quickly drowned Lin Ling. The scorching temperature made even Lin Ling feel like he was going to be burned. However, the fire attribute talent was Lin Ling's foundation. It was the martial arts that he learned since young, so Lin Ling still had some confidence in the flaming clouds. Space-time divine steel, flaming coffin. Lin Ling unleashed all of his fire attribute talent. He had a lot of trump cards. If it was another person, the strange clouds would have been defeated from the beginning. This was the advantage of cultivating essence, energy, and spirit. Every domain was extremely powerful. But what surprised Lin Ling was that the flaming coffin did not have much effect on the surrounding flaming clouds. In fact, the flaming coffin was almost burned to nothing. These flaming clouds were more terrifying than he imagined. However, the space-time divine steel was the fire ancestor of the space-time fire. After it appeared, it allowed Lin Ling to be safe and sound. Furthermore, these flaming clouds also became Lin Ling's cultivation accelerator. Of course, that feeling of being burned was still very strong. These flaming clouds have experienced who knows how many years. They have the chaos fire origin of the universe. I don't want to miss it. Chapter 2755. Refining in the Clouds. The first change was his fire attribute talent. It had finally entered the realm of a divine body. The flame god's heart and flame coffin appeared around his body as if the gods were resonating. If a martial artist approached Lin Ling wouldn't even need to do anything. The flames emitted from his body would burn the opponent to death. Moreover, the flames gradually turned into the shape of clouds. Next, Lin Ling's cultivation realm crazily rose and gradually reached the 5th level of the true god realm. Moreover, his second dantian was also rising to the 4th level of the true god realm. Only his first dantian's progress was relatively slow. It had barely reached the World King realm. This flame cloud is simply my blessed land. However, being burned by this kind of cloud, the pain is still very intense. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said, the corner of his mouth was trembling from the heat. If he continued to cultivate, his second and third dantians would definitely rise. However, Lin Ling was afraid of missing the time to save someone. Therefore, after his strength increased, he immediately gritted his teeth and continued forward. Finally, he smoothly passed through the flame cloud. I've passed through the 5-element cloud. Next should be the end. Lin Ling let out a light breath. Thinking back to what happened before, everything seemed simple, but in reality, danger lurked everywhere. The mystery of this place was clearly beyond his imagination. Moreover, with Li Xiaoyao's experience, he had never seen such a strange place like the Cloud Holy Land. However, at this time, a strange cloud appeared in front of him again. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. There's more? Is there an end to it? This time, the billowing astral winds appeared. This was clearly a cloud. Fuck! Lin Ling didn't have time to think and shot forward. Even if he was tired and even numb, he knew that there was someone waiting for him outside. Therefore, he had to persevere and continue forward. At this time, outside the strange cloud, several figures were sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. They were very old and wore simple clothes as if they were ordinary old people. However, because of this, it showed how terrifying their strength was. Old Cloud, what's that in your hand? Is it the 7 treasures Yellow Springs charm? An old woman suddenly said. She frowned in confusion. That's right. This mystical cloud has gathered 80% of the mystical clouds in the primal chaos. Among them, there is the 7 treasures Yellow Springs charm. Not long ago, A little brat entered the mystical cloud holy ground. If he passes the test and comes out successfully, we will gift him the 7 treasures Yellow Springs charm. One of the old men said with a smile. Nonsense. What kind of place is this? This is a place of destiny. Without a warrant from the great Azure Divine Dynasty, how can ordinary people enter? Old Yun, you're getting more and more muddle-headed. Someone immediately reprimanded. I can see that the brat's willpower is firm. I can't bear to reject him. Even if that's the case, you're still harming him. There are thousands of strange clouds in the mysterious cloud Holy Land. Although the cultivation level of those who enter the mysterious cloud Holy Land will be the same as those who enter, there are just too many clouds. How can ordinary people pass through? Besides, it's a test of perseverance. That's right. The 9 clouds are respectively metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, demon, ghost, and wind. This is the destined land of lightning. Even martial immortals would not be able to successfully pass through these 9 clouds. Sigh, you really did kill her? Voices rang out one after another. They were all filled with complaints. However, that old man shook his head and said, I have a feeling that even if I rejected him, he would still force his way through. That brat is that kind of person. He's very similar to Emperor Qing from back then. Very similar. After those words left his mouth, the crowd's gazes narrowed. Then they all became silent. It's been 5,000 years. Finally, someone has come to our destined land of lightning. However, he didn't come to open the destined land. Instead, he came for the 7 treasures underworld charm. What irony! That's right. I remember that 100,000 years ago, when Emperor Qing first arrived, we, the Emperor's guardians, did not believe that he would succeed. In the end, he rang the Azure Province's divine bell and opened the destined land of heaven. What we did not expect even more was that in the end, he even became Emperor Qing. That's right. Emperor Qing has been on the throne for 100,000 years now. The destined land of heaven is still the same. Instead, the Scarlet Emperor in the distant Scarlet Province has already changed by 2 people. The crowd sighed. It was as if they had already forgotten about Lin Ling. Perhaps in their opinion, Lin Ling would definitely die on the path of clouds. After all, if one wanted to pass through the path of clouds, one had to be extremely powerful in a certain field, so powerful that they could sweep through the 9 clouds. 2, one had to be the strongest in every field. That way, one would be able to pass through the path of clouds. Back then, Emperor Qing was extremely powerful in a certain field and swept through the 9 clouds. However, such a person had only appeared once in 100,000 years. However, they did not know that at this moment, Lin Ling was still charging through the clouds on the path of clouds. The clouds were very fast and powerful, making it difficult for Lin Ling to pass through them. Fortunately, his strength had increased greatly this time. With the help of the all-encompassing demonic eyes, he could see through the trajectories of the clouds, allowing his speed to reach the speed of 7 realms. Moreover, the Ashura sword formation was also mixed with the melody of the wind. In the end, he barely made it through. My own speed has reached the speed of 5 realms. If I use the evil flame, I can reach the speed of 7 realms. Moreover, my Ashura sword formation is even more graceful. After leaving the clouds, Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. He realized that these mystical clouds did not have much killing intent. What was terrifying was the method of trapping people. Once trapped, there was no chance of escaping for the rest of your life. Let's fight again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling looked forward with a determined gaze. He knew that the mystical clouds were not over yet. However, there were not many paths left for him. He could only force his way through. The next mystical cloud was a rolling demonic cloud. What was terrifying was that these clouds did not harm the physical body. Instead, they harmed the soul. Lin Ling could imagine that even if one was the strongest in the realm, if their soul was not strong enough, they would still be trapped here and eventually die. This was truly a terrifying and magical place. Ah, kill me, I beg you, kill me. Sir, don't leave me, where are you going? Lin Ling, do you still remember me? The illusions that appeared in the demonic cloud constantly affected Lin Ling. There was killing, familial love, and even more so, love, causing people to be immersed in it. One had to know that since Lin Ling started learning martial arts, he had faced countless illusions. However, most of them did not cause him to be immersed in them. However, this time, the demonic cloud was vivid and lifelike. This kind of feeling was similar to when Lin Ling entered the ghost realm in the past. It was as if he had reincarnated and was reborn as a human. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul force had reached 2,000 levels. Therefore, he was lucky enough to pass through the demonic cloud again. Even so, he was scared to the point that his body was covered in cold sweat. He was even more afraid of the mystical clouds that appeared next. Soon, a cold demonic cloud appeared in front of him. Thousands of ghosts howled. If he wanted to pass through here, he would have to go through the most painful tribulation in the world. This kind of tribulation was like the 18 tribulations of hell. This is a test of the physical body. Chapter 2756. Qingzhou Divine Clock. Get lost. His fists continued to attack because there were a large number of hungry ghosts entangling him in the ghostly clouds. They wanted to devour his flesh and blood. He kept attacking, but in the end, he was exhausted because other methods were useless against the hungry ghosts. Only physical strength was useful. In the end, he led the countless hungry ghosts towards the end. The hungry ghosts entangled him and kept devouring his flesh and blood. However, Lin Ling's godly demon body was strong. With the appearance of the realm-devouring beast, he quickly recovered. As he devoured, he recovered. Lin Ling was walking towards the end of pain and happiness. After an unknown amount of time, when he was bitten to the bone, he finally walked out of the ghostly clouds. At the edge of the ghostly clouds, a half-human, half-skeleton monster appeared. It was Lin Ling. If the geniuses of the 3 academies were here, they would be so scared that they would kneel down. Lin Ling had become a half-skeleton, but this guy endured the pain and rushed out of the ghostly clouds. At the same time, the flesh that he lost was slowly recovering. However, Lin Ling's eyes were more determined and had a sense of vicissitudes. This was because he walked out of hell in numbness and pain. Rumble. At this time, a powerful aura that even gods and demons feared appeared in front of him. It was the lightning of the godly body. Thousands of living beings could only bow before the godly thunder. Lin Ling's determined eyes flickered as he muttered, "Lightning tribulation?" According to legend, if a monster wanted to transform into a human, it would need to be cleansed by the heavens and earth. That was the lightning punishment. In the past, when Lin Ling refined weapons, it would also give rise to the lightning punishment. Of course, compared to the current lightning, that kind of lightning punishment paled in comparison. This was because the lightning in front of him was colorful and extremely terrifying. Lin Ling had a feeling that he could not pass through this thundercloud. It's impossible to pass through with my strength, and it's also impossible with my soul power. How should I pass through this thundercloud? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and frowned. Finally, his eyes lit up. There was only one choice left. Primal Chaos Formula. This was a powerful cultivation technique. It had the power to refine everything. Therefore, if he wanted to pass through the thunderclouds, he could only rely on refining. If I die here, then it proves that I, Lin Ling, am only Z. If I retreat here, then how am I supposed to face Senior Red Jade Tiger? I, Lin Ling, treat others the same way they treat me. Senior Red Jade Tiger has shown me kindness, so I must repay that kindness. Lin Ling said word by word as he strode into the thunderclouds. Terrifying electric snakes coiled around Lin Ling's body. The entire huge thundercloud let out a deafening sound and flashed continuously. Lightning as thick as buckets, like thunderbolts, crazily engulfed Lin Ling. Refine them all. Lin Ling roared. Fight. Right now, his first dantian was the godly demon body, while his second dantian was the fire martial way. Therefore, the energy from refining the thundercloud was all surging into his third dantian. If his third dantian became the thunder dantian, then he should be immune to the thunderclouds. Of course, this was easier said than done. Right now, he was in a race against time. He was betting everything on the primal chaos formula. After all, this cultivation technique was obtained by luck. It was also the only cultivation technique that he could not see through. He guessed that this cultivation technique was unique in the martial god world. Perhaps, this was a cultivation technique left behind by the gods. At this moment, on a mountain peak far away from the clouds, the mysterious old men were still talking. Around the universe, the chaos is endless. We have been guarding the land of the mandate of lightning for 5 centuries. Yes, in ancient times, there was a supreme god who created the 9 continents. It seems so far away, but it feels like it happened yesterday. Within the 10,000 worlds, there are countless secrets. According to legend, the master of the 9 prefectures came from a tiny world within the 10,000 worlds. He used the heaven-splitting axe to split the heavens and earth, splitting the 9 prefectures into millions of worlds. I don't know if this rumor is true because I heard that the deity who created the 9 continents came from a very ordinary background. However, I don't know how he knew about the great Tao and had such a divine ability. Yes, Pangu Pangu. I only heard of his name, but no one has ever seen him. I heard that in the world where Pangu was born, there were other deities besides him. For example, Senior Nuwa. It is said that she was the one who created the 9 continents. She is the mother of all life. What a pity! There are too many worlds. Even now, no one knows where these deities came from or where they went. Don't talk so far away. Whether it is the law set by Pangu or the laws of the 9 continents, the fact that the bell has not rung in the 9 continents means that the emperor of each state is still the emperor of the 9 continents. When the bell rings, a new emperor will be born. Take our Qingzhou for example. Emperor Qing is about to step down and the new emperor will become Emperor Qing. Unfortunately, 100,000 years have passed and the bell still hasn't rung. Those mysterious old men slowly conversed with each other. What was surprising was that Emperor Qing, the ruler of Qingzhou, was not a fixed bloodline. Anyone could do it. However, the prerequisite was that the Qingzhou divine bell had rung. It meant that a new emperor of the 9 continents had been born. I wonder how that brat is doing. After talking for a long time, the first elder suddenly said. The others smiled bitterly and shook their heads. I'm afraid he's trapped on the cloud path. Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to get out for the rest of his life. Someone immediately replied. However, at that moment, a loud bell suddenly rang. The sound of the bell shook the surroundings and created endless ripples that spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. At this moment, countless people in the Qing province heard the mysterious sound of the bell. All of their expressions changed drastically. The sound of the bell had spread throughout the Qing province. This was too terrifying. As for the ancient powerhouses of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, their eyes widened. The Qingzhou Divine Bell. That meant that the Emperor of the 9 continents had been born. There was a rumor in Qingzhou that if the bell rang, the old Emperor Qing would step down until the new Emperor Qing rose. This meant that the horn to compete for the position of Emperor Qing had sounded. It's been 100,000 years. Out of the 9 lands of destiny, 8 of them have rung. Only the Thunderlands of destiny have remained silent. Now, the bell has rung in the last lands of destiny. The era of the strong seems to have begun. Who is Emperor Qing? The formidable figures and ancient emperors all exclaimed in surprise. The sound of the bell was earth-shattering. Has it been activated? In the palace of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe frowned and looked at the sky. He seemed to be very surprised by the Qingzhou Divine Bell's ringing. Who is it that activated it? That's impressive. I've been waiting for 100,000 years. Chapter 2757. A stone raises 1,000 ripples, without a doubt. A stone raises 1,000 ripples. Even in the faraway Crimson Province and the other 7 provinces, the ancient emperor's eyes lit up. They knew that something big had happened in Qing Province. Heavens, heavens, heavens. It's been 100,000 years. We've waited for 100,000 years. Old Yun, why don't you try slapping me? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? On the mountain peak outside the Path of Clouds, The mysterious elders were all exclaiming like children. Some of them were walking back and forth with their hands behind their backs, their faces full of doubt. Moreover, the sound of slapping suddenly rang out. An elder had a few teeth knocked out. Finally, he was sure that this was not a dream. Who rang the Qing province divine bell? In the end, an old man voiced out his doubts, causing everyone to immediately fall silent. Currently, it seems like only that brat has entered, the old man from the very beginning said uncertainly. However, the moment his words fell, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Some of them even blew their beards up. This was because only one person had entered the Lightning Destiny land. If it was not that brat, who else could it be? However, in their opinion, shouldn't that brat have been trapped on the path of clouds until his death? Subconsciously, numerous gazes looked towards the old man called Old Yun. Their eyes were filled with doubt. However, the elder smiled bitterly and said, "I also thought that he would be trapped there until his death." Sigh. After these words were spoken, everyone shook their heads bitterly. They had never imagined that this unknown little brat would actually cause such a great commotion in the Qing province. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing quietly in front of a huge ancient bell within the thunderclouds. His brows were slightly furrowed. This was because he had used up all his energy to completely refine the thunderclouds. His third dantian had become a lightning dantian, and his cultivation had increased again. He had reached the 6th level of the true God realm. On this mysterious path of clouds, he had broken through 2 levels in a row. However, after Lin Ling made it through the clouds, there was no path ahead. There was only a gigantic bell as large as a mountain. There was a large amount of bronze on top of it. It seemed to be an ancient bronze bell, and there were mysterious symbols carved on the surface of the bell. Lin Ling was confused, and finally, after being cautious for a long time, he punched at the ancient bell, trying to destroy it and leave this place. However, the ancient bell was extremely sturdy. Not only did it not explode, it even emitted a deafening sound. Lin Ling was completely convinced by this place, because even he couldn't understand it. "Is there no way out?" Lin Ling said with a frown. His 3 dantians fused together, and a huge amount of energy gathered on the Tyrant Song sword as he slashed out. This sword contained the power of Sword Heart, Fire Dao, and Lightning Dao. However, the ancient bell was steady, still unbroken. "Little ancestor, don't knock anymore." At this moment, an anxious voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Then, a large number of old men appeared in the distance. They seemed to be very afraid of the ancient bell and didn't dare to approach it. They waved their hands and shouted from afar. This time, Lin Ling was even more confused. "You passed. This is the 7 treasures Huangquan charm that you wanted." One of the old men waved at Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would strike the bell again and cause a commotion in Qingzhou. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned, pondered for a moment, and left the ancient bell. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of that old man, because if he wanted to kill him, he could have done it before entering this place. "You're the one who rang the bell?" After Lin Ling walked over, the old men said in unison, staring at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. "Yes, is there something wrong?" Lin Ling felt that things were getting a little troublesome. Hearing this, the old men smiled wryly and looked at each other. In the end, the old man called Elder Yun explained, "There's nothing wrong, but you've activated the Son of Heaven's fate." After saying that, he slowly explained, which stunned Lin Ling at first, then he smiled wryly. The Qingzhou divine bell rang, and the Son of Heaven's fate was activated. The new Emperor Qing was about to rise. No one knew who the new Emperor Qing was, and no one knew how he became the new Emperor Qing. However, one thing was certain, in the future, there would definitely be a new Emperor Qing, and the old Emperor Qing would definitely step down. "I didn't do it on purpose." Although he felt that he had caused a great commotion, Lin Ling still apologized. Of course, he didn't look very guilty, which made the old men smile even more wryly. In fact, Lin Ling didn't do anything that angered the heavens. The main thing was that Lin Ling's ringing of the bell was too sensational. They had waited for 100,000 years, but they never thought that the person who rang the bell would do it unintentionally. This made them not know whether to laugh or cry. If the current Emperor Qing knew about this, he would probably be even more depressed. It seems like everything is fated. Alright, let's leave this place. After that, the old men protected Lin Ling and left the mysterious cloud path. Outside the cloud path, Lin Ling took the 7 treasures Acheron charm, then looked at the old man who was still smiling wryly and shook his head helplessly. The Son of Heaven's fate has been activated. If the Emperor Qing ascends the throne in the future, he will definitely treat you as his benefactor if he knows that you're the one who activated the Son of Heaven's fate. Alright, you can go back now. Old Yun looked at Lin Ling strangely because Lin Ling's reaction was too normal. If an ordinary person knew that he had rung the Qingzhou divine bell, they would definitely be terrified. However, after Lin Ling was a little surprised at the beginning, he looked indifferent. This made Old Yun feel that this guy was simply a freak. Thank you, seniors. Because I'm in a hurry to save someone, I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling really didn't care about the Emperor Qing. The most important thing now was to save Lord Red Jade Tiger. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly and took his leave. The few elders sent Lin Ling off with their eyes and remained silent for a long time. Only after Lin Ling disappeared did one of them speak. That's right, we were all shocked by the Qingzhou divine clock. However, we forgot that this little fellow actually managed to complete the cloud path. Moreover, based on what I saw earlier, it should be impossible for him to succeed given his strength. After he finished speaking, the others also came to their senses. Yes, this little guy isn't simple. The Son of Heaven's fate will appear on many experts in Qingzhou, but it could also appear on him. Don't joke around. He can't be compared to the Emperor Qing from 100,000 years ago. The Emperor Qing came specially for the Qingzhou divine bell, but this guy accidentally rung it. The world is unpredictable. Who can be sure of everything? Although he accidentally rung it, he might be the next Emperor Qing. The old men continued to talk. At this moment, they were still excited and quietly waiting for the next change in Qingzhou. Lin Ling quickly left this realm. He really didn't care about the Emperor Qing because his goal wasn't just Qingzhou, but to surpass the 9 states. Chapter 2758. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. I don't know how long I've spent on the path of clouds. I hope I can make it in time. With the 7 realms speed, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Azure Prefecture. On this trip to the path of clouds, his harvest was rather bountiful. Not only did he break through 2 levels consecutively, but his Sword Dao and Fire Dao's power had also increased greatly. Moreover, his 3rd Dantian had also reached the 1st level of True God Realm, and it was a Lightning Dantian. With his current strength, there were few late-stage True Gods who could be his match. At this moment, everyone in Azure Prefecture was still shocked by the bell's chime. All kinds of guesses rose and fell. However, only the authorities in 5 Ring City knew the meaning of the bell's chime. Therefore, ordinary cultivators quickly returned to their normal lives. As for the Martial Gods Barracks, it was still crowded. However, on this day, the Martial Gods Barracks welcomed several experts from 5 Ring City. The bell's chime not long ago actually spread throughout Azure Prefecture. It's really amazing. I wonder which expert did it. In the sky, a few silhouettes flew across the horizon like rainbows. Voices of astonishment rang out. However, very quickly, an indifferent voice interrupted their conversation. Amongst them, a young man wearing a cyan robe looked into the distance and said, "This isn't the doing of an expert, it's the Qingzhou divine bell. This means that the Emperor's mandate has been activated." The Azure Prefecture divine bell? Senior brother Qin Yang, what is the Emperor's mandate? The others exclaimed in surprise. You don't need to know this. You don't have the right to know. You only need to know that the new Azure Emperor is about to be born. Perhaps, I've come out of seclusion because of the Emperor's mandate. That's why the Azure Prefecture divine bell has rung. The young man in a long robe said indifferently. The young man was called Zhang Qingyang. He was an exceptional talent from Heavenly Saint Institute. He had appeared in 5 Ring City and was a member of the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. Perhaps the Emperor's mandate was related to him. Azure Prefecture is about to change. Zhang Qingyang said again. His eyes were even more profound. Senior brother Qin Yang, the martial god's barracks, is up ahead. The strongest Lin Ling came from the martial god's barracks. One of them suddenly pointed to the front and said, "This Lin Ling is very hateful. My cousins Sheng Taibao and Sheng Xiaobao both died in his hands. Right now, the Holy King's mansion doesn't allow us to provoke him. This Lin Ling is simply going too far. Don't worry. You've been by my side all year round. Your business is my business. I'll help you see what kind of guy Lin Ling is." Zhang Qingyang said indifferently, and his tone was filled with disdain. He had also heard about the Battle of the Sky-surpassing list. Hence, he was rather curious about this Lin Ling. Who is it? As they majestically appeared in the sky above the martial god barracks, a solemn voice immediately sounded from below. "Before your marshal comes out to see me." Zhang Qingyang swept them with his gaze and spoke in a dignified manner. Although the martial god barracks couldn't be underestimated, he came from Five Ring City, so he wasn't too afraid. "Our marshal is currently recuperating. How can you see him just because you say so? Sir, please return." The soldiers guarding the gate of the martial god barracks exchanged glances. One of them said, "Recuperating?" Zhang Qingyang frowned slightly. This Lin Ling was really putting on airs. He knew that he was coming, but he didn't want to see him? It seemed like the recuperation was fake. The real reason was that he didn't dare see him. However, this was normal. Facing an exceptional talent from Five Ring City, Lin Ling, the strongest generation, had no right to be arrogant. "Right, I heard that the marshal of the martial god barracks, Lord Chiyuhu, seems to have been poisoned. These soldiers think that the marshal we're talking about is Lord Chiyuhu. They don't know that we're here to find Lin Ling." The young man from the Holy King's mansion beside Zhang Qingyang immediately said. He then laughed loudly, "Your old marshal isn't dead yet?" Hearing this, the soldiers below all became furious. These people had come with arrogance. Without asking for the reason, they cursed the marshal to die. "Damn it. Sir, take back your words. Otherwise, you'll offend our martial god barracks." One of them shouted coldly. "Offend? Don't think too highly of your martial god barracks." One of the women shouted. Moreover, she looked at Zhang Qingyang with her beautiful eyes. Zhang Qingyang nodded. "Because Lin Ling became the strongest generation, your martial god barracks is really arrogant. However, this Lin Ling doesn't live up to his reputation. Forget it, since he doesn't dare to see me, I'll spare him this time. Go back. I'll go visit my junior brothers in Heavenly Saint Academy." After speaking, Zhang Qingyang turned around and left. Moreover, he waved his right hand and a sharp sword light shot out. Plop. Outside the gate, the soldier who had spoken was immediately cut in half. When they looked at Zhang Qingyang again, they saw that he didn't even look at the dead soldier. It was as if he was doing something very normal. He had already walked into the distance. "Senior brother Zhang is still the best." "Yes." The woman beside Zhang Qingyang instantly revealed a look of admiration and followed closely behind Zhang Qingyang. In her opinion, Lin Ling could only hide when he saw senior brother Qingyang. Killing a soldier of the martial god barracks was also a lesson to Lin Ling. The soldiers outside the gate were all stunned on the spot. They looked at the dead soldier with bloodshot eyes. "Hee, a soldier died. How pitiful. However, your old marshal is about to die. The martial god barracks is declining more and more. Yes. I heard that Red Jade Tiger is now in a situation where even the gods can't save him. Unfortunately, he's suffered such a fate after spending his life in the military. Yes. Perhaps he killed too many people and now he's receiving his retribution. Yes. What made the soldiers even angrier was that there were still a few people who hadn't left. They seemed to feel that it wasn't enough and were taking pleasure in their misfortune. What are you looking at? Are we not allowed to speak? Yes. Moreover, sensing the furious gazes of the soldiers, the youths raised their chins proudly. I say, isn't your martial god barracks too overbearing? Do we have to look at your face when speaking? No wonder your old marshal is about to suffer a great calamity. It's because he's done too many overbearing things and now he's receiving his retribution. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Finally, the soldiers couldn't take it anymore. I want to say it. Not only is your old marshal going to die, even your new marshal won't live long. What can you do to me if I say it? Shut up. However, the youths became even more arrogant. They had clearly stayed behind to watch a good show. Shut up. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. This was especially so when it concerned Lord Red Jade Tiger, who had been iron-blooded his entire life. Therefore, the soldiers attacked. Everyone, as you can see, the martial god barracks provoked us first. Therefore, we killed them. Shut up. Seeing this, the youths didn't show any fear. Instead, they sneered. They were all geniuses of Heavenly Saint Academy. How could the soldiers be their match? Touch me? Look at yourself first. Shut up. Chapter 2759. The Scarlet Jade Tiger was in great danger. The soldier's expression changed drastically, but he couldn't stop the young man's attack. However, just as the young man's hand was about to grab the soldier, a figure suddenly appeared with a bang and grabbed the young man's arm in a strange manner. Let me go. You're courting death. The young man couldn't react in time. The soldiers in the surroundings looked at the person in surprise. When they realized it was actually Lin Ling, they were instantly overjoyed. Thump. All the soldiers knelt down on one knee and saluted, "Greetings, my lord." The person who'd arrived was Lin Ling. He hadn't expected someone to be so arrogant in the martial god battalion. Who are you? Let me go. The young man's arm was still grabbed by Lin Ling, and he realized he couldn't break free. However, he wasn't afraid because senior brother Xianxia had just left, which gave him confidence. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. He looked at the dead soldier on the ground and said coldly, "What happened?" The other soldiers immediately recounted what had happened, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Now that the old marshal was unconscious, everyone was worried about him. Who would have thought that these fellows would come and kick him when he was down? Lin Ling's gaze started to look at the young man beside him. His gaze instantly caused the young man's heart to tremble, and he was inexplicably terrified. However, he quickly said forcefully, "Let me go. Can't you hear me? We're just passing by. Isn't the martial god battalion too arrogant? You don't even allow us to speak? Do you think the martial god battalion is the strongest in Qin province?" The other young men roared as well. They obviously didn't recognize Lin Ling because they followed Zhang Qingyang, and the latter was the first generation of Five Ring City. How could he possibly look at the sky surpass rankings? You don't even allow us to speak? Lin Ling exerted force with his right hand, and the young man's arm was torn off, causing blood to spurt out. The young man was stunned, and he let out a painful cry. The expressions of the others immediately changed. You're hitting him when he's down? Lin Ling took a step forward and punched out. Bang! The young man was still screaming in pain, but the punch solved his pain and caused his entire body to explode. This time, the others were a little terrified. Because Lin Ling's strength was truly too powerful, right? One punch and he killed a 4th-level True God Realm genius? Or you? I'm from the Holy King's Mansion, and I'm from the Heavenly Saint Institute. One of them frowned and said coldly. Although they were the first generation, they had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. Therefore, they did not have the qualifications to enter the heaven-surpassing rankings. They belonged to the declining generation. The Holy King's Mansion? Lin Ling took another step forward and punched out. The body of the young man who spoke exploded, turning into a pile of minced meat. This simple and crude scene caused the corners of the remaining people's mouths to tremble, and they quietly retreated. We're following senior brother Zhang Qingyang. Do you know who he is? Of course, they didn't forget to mention the people behind them. Zhang Qingyang? Lin Ling roared again, and the fiend god fist blasted out. Bang bang bang. The rest of the young men were completely wiped out. Only one of them was left, and he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. This was unbelievable to him. Because 3 incense sticks worth of time ago, when senior brother Zhang Qingyang was still around, they were arrogant and no one dared to provoke them. But 3 incense sticks worth of time later, they were all going to die. The contrast was too big. Who are you? The last person sat on the ground, and he pointed at Lin Ling and asked. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling's leg swept out, and it exploded the void, forming a terrifying shockwave that directly destroyed the last person. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he could kill level 4 true gods and even level 5 true gods as easily as chopping vegetables. "My lord, you're so powerful." The soldiers at the gate were all excited. However, Lin Ling looked into the martial god's barracks, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. He asked, "How's the marshal?" Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers quickly reported Red Jade Tiger's situation. It turned out that it was more than a month away from the 1-year deadline, and Red Jade Tiger's life was hanging by a thread. "Give him a proper burial. I will avenge him." Lin Ling glanced at the dead soldier, and then he strode into the martial god's barracks. Zhang Qinyang, this name, he remembered it. At this moment, the martial god's barracks was completely silent. Lin Ling passed through one barracks after another, but he didn't see a single soldier. When he finally arrived at the marshal's barracks, he saw that the barracks were densely packed with people. It turned out that everyone in the barracks had gathered here, and their faces were filled with worry and pain. Outside the marshal's barracks, numerous figures stood there silently, and they activated powerful realm essence that enveloped the entire marshal's barracks. They were the 8th Noble Lord, the marshals of the 6 barracks, and other experts. They suppressed the marshal's barracks with all their strength because Red Jade Tiger's poison had reached a point where it couldn't be reversed. The 5 Revolution 4 symbols poison was about to erupt, and the 9 worlds would be born. At that time, the martial god's barracks would be directly destroyed. So, they had to suppress that force. As for Red Jade Tiger, there was no doubt that if the 5 Revolution 4 symbols poison erupted, he would definitely die. "What are all of you gathered here for? Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off right now." Sweat covered 8th Noble's forehead as he shouted furiously. Once the 5 Revolution 4 symbols poison erupted, the 9 worlds would be born, and he couldn't guarantee that no one would be unaffected. "My lord, we won't leave." However, the soldiers in the surroundings knelt down on one knee, and they wanted to go through this tribulation with the old marshal. Are they rebelling? 8th Noble was instantly furious, but Huang Fuidao, who was beside him, said, "Let them be, they've put in a lot of effort." After that, Huang Fuidao looked at the vast and mighty army and said, "All of you are only allowed to watch from afar, and you're not allowed to approach. If you affect anything, then you'll be punished according to military orders." "Yes, my lord." "Thank you, my lord." All the soldiers replied, and their eyes were moist. When they recalled what the old marshal had done for the martial god's barracks, they were reluctant to part with him. Unfortunately, the old marshal was going to die in the end. On the other hand, Yu, Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others stood in the distance with dejected expressions. During this past year, they'd searched for all sorts of methods, but unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, they'd tacitly accepted the fact. Unforeseen circumstances may occur. Everyone's fate is uncertain, and all of this is predestined. Everyone, there's no need to be too sad. Moreover, Red Jade Tiger doesn't want to see everyone cry for him. If he's going to leave, then he'll leave in a carefree manner like a man. 8th Noble spoke indifferently when he heard the sobbing sounds in the surroundings, but in reality his eyes were slightly moist as well. He'd known Red Jade Tiger for 8,000 years, and Red Jade Tiger had once been his subordinate. However, Red Jade Tiger had saved him once, so even though they seemed to be superior and subordinate, they were actually brothers. So, when Red Jade Tiger was about to leave, he was in more pain than anyone else. A single word of brother meant a lifetime of brothers. Chapter 2760. Saving Lord Red Jade Tiger for the past year, he had been running around for Red Jade Tiger. Otherwise, he would have killed his way into 5 Ring City. However, when he raised his head to look at the sky, he saw a figure shooting toward him. Everyone else saw it as well. Instantly, everyone was furious. The old marshal was about to leave, and no one was allowed to approach his camp. It was a form of respect. However, someone was flying in the sky. Wasn't that an insult to the old marshal? "How dare you!" A series of furious roars could be heard instantly. Someone had already made his move. A halberd shot toward the sky, causing a whirlpool to appear in the sky. Bang! However, the person didn't even look at the halberd. With a punch, the halberd was smashed into pieces. Then, a figure landed outside the gates of the marshal's camp. The blue-robed figure caused the martial god's camp to tremble. "Lord Marshal!" At this moment, orderly shouts rang out. It was the new marshal of the martial god's camp, Lin Ling. "Lin Ling! Brother! Brother Ling! Brother!" Everyone familiar with him became excited, and their bodies trembled. Lin Ling had finally returned. Lord Eighth also revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. At present, he was helpless about the matter of the red jade tiger, and when he saw Lin Ling return, a 10% hope rose in his heart. "Lin Ling, did you find the 7 treasures Yellow Springs charm?" Huang Fui Dao asked anxiously. "We'll talk about this later. Right now, I have to save Lord Red Jade Tiger. No one is allowed to come near here. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy." "Brother!" Lin Ling knew that time was precious, so he immediately said in a dignified manner, "Go. We'll guard the marshal's camp. Even if Emperor Qing comes, he won't disturb you." Lord Eighth didn't blame Lin Ling for his rudeness. He quickly patted his chest and said. Lin Ling nodded and strode into the marshal's camp. "Lord Marshal is back. Perhaps he can save the old marshal. But even Lord Eighth can't do anything. Can Lord Marshal do it? After all, he's so young." "Shut up. Are you still a member of the Martial God Battalion? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up." Inside the barracks, the sounds of discussion could be heard. However, everyone was extremely nervous. Yu, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Ancient Martial God Rhyme were also very nervous. Success or failure depended on Lin Ling. "Quiet, all of you quiet." In fact, Lord Eighth was the most nervous among everyone. He had even almost knelt down before Lin Ling and begged Lin Ling to save his brother, the Scarlet Jade Tiger. With his voice, the area outside the marshal's camp instantly quieted down. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Ling walked into the barracks and found a ferocious energy permeating the air. This energy was very ancient, as if it was born from the primal chaos of the universe. If this force were to erupt, the Martial God Battalion would definitely be flattened. A bronze bed was located in the middle of the room. A pale-faced man was lying there. His breathing was weak, and he was breathing in more than he was exhaling. Looking at the man, Lin Ling's heart softened. This was because if the Scarlet Jade Tiger hadn't blocked the black-robed old man, the person who had been poisoned by the world poison would have been Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, you're here." The Scarlet Jade Tiger seemed to have a final radiance. At this moment, he opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. "I'm back." Lin Ling's nose twitched. In this year, the Scarlet Jade Tiger must have suffered a lot. This was because he also saw that the soil he brought out from the Flame World fragment had turned black. It was clearly affected by the poison. If it weren't for the Flame World soil, the Scarlet Jade Tiger would have died long ago. "It's good that you're back. I'll leave the Martial God Battalion to you," the Scarlet Jade Tiger said with difficulty. He smiled. His smile was very gratified and happy. Although he was about to leave, he had no regrets because he had found a successor. "My lord, I won't let you go." Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He immediately took out a jade bottle. Inside was the 7 treasures Yellow Springs charm. Then, he set up a barrier around the Scarlet Jade Tiger and said, "My lord, there will be some pain later. You must persevere." After he finished speaking, he opened the jade bottle. 7-colored light instantly overflowed, causing the living quarters to become colorful. However, at the same time, everything in the living quarters began to fade. This was the power of the 7 treasures Yellow Springs charm. It could turn anything into nothingness. Even this world was no exception. Moreover, Lin Ling's body also began to fade. The Scarlet Jade Tiger forced himself to focus and said, "This is... My lord, you should sleep first. After you wake up, you'll be fine." Lin Ling's ethereal voice floated out, because his voice had also become ethereal. The Scarlet Jade Tiger was stunned for a moment, and his eyes became moist. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stand up, he would have definitely chased Lin Ling away. This was because once the mysterious seven-colored cloud appeared, Lin Ling also became dangerous. He could turn into nothingness at any moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't even stand up right now, so he could only watch as Lin Ling messed around. As for Lin Ling, he stood beside the red jade tiger and conjured a barrier with both hands. He used the barrier to inject the Seven Treasures Yellow Springs charm into the red jade tiger's dantian, turning the 5 transformations 4 symbols poison into nothingness. In this way, he could fight poison with poison, and the poison could be cured. I hope there's still time, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He focused his mind and didn't dare to miss a single second because the 9 worlds in the Scarlet Jade Tiger's dantian were about to be born. When the Scarlet Jade Tiger saw Lin Ling's focused expression, a teardrop silently slid down his cheek. If he died like this, he would feel that it was worth it. Because the martial gods' camp had such a loyal and righteous Marshal Lin Ling, he could die in peace. Time quietly passed just like that. Outside the marshal's camp, it was still silent. Everyone even suppressed their breathing, deeply afraid that it would affect Lord Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a sword light shot over from afar. It was as if several worlds had passed through the chaos of the universe and smashed into the ground. The surging sword energy was actually mixed with an ancient ominous aura. However, no one was frightened by the ominous aura at this moment. Instead, they angrily looked at the sky. Rumble! That sword light landed on the marshal's camp. Fortunately, the marshal's camp had been activated by the 8th Baron and the others to form a powerful protective barrier. That was why it was able to block that sword light. However, even so, it still affected Lin Ling, who was in the living quarters. A mouthful of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was somewhat unsightly. He was concentrating on setting up the barrier, so if someone disturbed him at this moment, it would undoubtedly be fatal to him. Moreover, the blood that flowed out had turned into nothingness in midair before it even landed on the ground. It was extremely terrifying. Obviously, the 7 Treasures Yellow Springs charm was very powerful, and it was also one of the terrifying world poisons. At the same time, a cold voice resounded in the sky. Chapter 2761. Awakening. A few figures stood in the sky above the martial god's barracks and looked down upon all living beings. The person in the lead was actually Xianxia, and the pretty woman by his side spoke in a crafty and harsh manner. Where are my junior brothers and the others? Why have they vanished from the martial god's barracks? Obviously, they'd come here to search for those few young men that Lin Ling had killed. Speak, otherwise, don't blame me for annihilating the martial god's barracks. The woman's voice became loud and clear when she noticed that the army had fallen silent. It was actually a sound wave technique, and it caused the army to spit out a mouthful of blood. Many of them were injured. However, they still stood silently on the ground and didn't resist. Because if they attacked, then a huge battle would definitely occur, and it would definitely affect Lin Ling at that time. What a bunch of blockheads. However, your martial god's barracks really is a despicable and shameless gathering place. All of you lowered your heads humbly when we were here, but all of you seem to have attacked my junior brothers after we left. The woman thought that the army didn't attack because they were afraid of her, and this made her feel slightly proud. The martial god's barracks, one of the 6 barracks, sounded very impressive, but they didn't dare speak a word when they saw a genius like her. Of course, she knew that most of these soldiers were afraid of Zhang Qingyang. All right, let's go back. However, Zhang Qingyang spoke indifferently at this moment because he'd noticed that Lord 8th and the others were in the martial god's barracks as well, and this had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he was obviously extremely fearful of an expert like Lord 8th. Senior brother Qingyang, what? The woman by his side was filled with disbelief. Let's go back. Zhang Qingyang didn't explain anything and just turned around and left. The woman called Ka was extremely unwilling, but she could only leave with Zhang Qingyang. Of course, she laughed mockingly as she left, and then she shouted at the army, "What a disorderly mob!" Her voice carried a surging sound wave, and it caused everyone in the army to spit out another mouthful of blood. The weaker ones even fell to the ground. However, They gritted their teeth and endured the humiliation. They couldn't resist. Even Lord Eighth and the others were the same, and they could only watch with red eyes as Zhang Qingyang and the others left. Furthermore, a voice could be heard from the distant sky. That's the 8th noble lord. He's a powerful figure in Five Ring City. Senior brother Qingyang gave him face, so he didn't make a big fuss. So that's how it is. However, is Lord 8th more powerful, or is senior brother Qingyang more powerful? Of course it's senior brother Qingyang. Because if Lord 8th was more formidable than senior brother Qingyang, then he would have made a move long ago. But he didn't dare, so he's definitely afraid of senior brother Qingyang. So that's how it is. The Martial Gods Battalion is indeed a nest of snakes and rats. And that new Marshal Lin Ling, I think he is also a cowardly piece of trash. His own battalion has been trampled on, but he doesn't even dare to breathe loudly. He doesn't even dare to show his face. That's normal. Lin Ling is indeed helpless against senior brother Qingyang. The arrogant voice rang out, causing the Martial God Battalion's army to gnash their teeth in anger. Even Lord 8th was the same. However, they endured it again. The Martial God Battalion also gradually quieted down. Unknowingly, night had fallen, and the sky was filled with stars. However, the army still stood outside the marshal's camp like stone statues. A day passed quietly. The sun rose and set, and the second day passed quietly as well. The army just waited like that, and the third day arrived. Lord 8th and the three great generals looked extremely exhausted. Because they had formed a protective barrier with their realm essence for an entire 3 days, and it was extremely exhausting for them. Unknowingly, the rising sun shone on the ground of the Martial God Battalion, and it was filled with vitality and violet energy. Right at this moment, the sound of a door being pushed open silently resounded, and it caused the entire army to be shocked as they stared fixedly at the door. An exhausted figure walked out with heavy steps. This person looked very young, and he was obviously Lin Ling. However, everyone saw that Lin Ling's expression was extremely heavy. At this moment, a bad premonition arose in everyone's hearts. Tears flowed out of Lord 8th's eyes uncontrollably. The army's hearts were like dead ashes. Could it be that Lord Chiyuhu had died? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. However, in the next moment, an indifferent voice drifted out from the silent atmosphere, and it caused the army to raise their heads. Not only did the tears on their faces not stop, they even increased. However, these were tears of joy. Because, under the blazing sun from the east, another figure walked out from the door of the Marshal's battalion. He wore a cloak, and his face was pale, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he looked like an invincible war god. Chiyuhu had awakened. Old Marshal! Old Marshal! Old Marshal! My lord! Old Marshal! In merely an instant, numerous exclamations rang out like waves of the sea. The Martial God Battalion was completely in an uproar. After the army became excited, everyone knelt down, and their silent aura instantly erupted. I'm still alive. Old Marshal! Chiyuhu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the familiar faces. Lord 8th took a large step forward and punched Chiyuhu's chest. At this moment, Lord 8th was obviously overjoyed. Are you going to kill me? Old Marshal! Chiyuhu coughed a few times and immediately cursed, causing Lord 8th to be stunned. He quickly smiled bitterly and said, Look at how happy I am. It's my fault, my fault. Today, I'm not the lord above you, you're the lord. Yes. These words warmed Chiyuhu's heart, but he shook his head and said, In fact, although I've just recovered from a serious illness, it's not the most difficult. The most difficult one is this little guy. Yes. His gaze moved and fell on Lin Ling, who was beside him. Lin Ling was still standing there quietly, but his eyes were already closed, and his face was filled with exhaustion. It should be known that he had gone through a lot of hardships on the Cloud Road, and he hadn't rested at all. After coming out, he rushed back to the Martial God Battalion without stopping, and even saved Chiyuhu for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if he was a giant, he would be exhausted at this moment. The people also looked at the sleeping man who was still standing on the ground, and their hearts rumbled. Looks like I owe him a favor. Lord Eighth looked deeply at Lin Ling and bowed deeply to Lin Ling. In fact, from the beginning he still had some complaints about Lin Ling and even didn't believe in Lin Ling, but now he knew that he was wrong. Big brother Ling. Yu and the others quickly rushed over and helped Lin Ling leave, and the entire army knelt down on one knee, and their worship of Lin Ling increased. However, to Lin Ling this time he was really exhausted. He came to a quiet place, and this time he rested for 3 days and 3 nights. And this was the first time in all these years that he slept so peacefully and comfortably. He had even forgotten when was the last time he slept. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Yu and Xianxia took care of Lin Ling. They looked at the sleeping Lin Ling and they both smiled. Chapter 2762. Settling the score. Every time they were resting, Lin Ling would be cultivating and fighting. He was like an indomitable giant, protecting everything. Are you awake? Outside the barracks, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were all there. Lord Eighth was also there. For the past 3 days and 3 nights, they would come to see Lin Ling every 2 hours. Shoo! Yu made a shushing gesture, causing everyone to smile awkwardly and quickly leave. Although they were worried about Lin Ling, they did not dare to disturb Lin Ling's rest. Yu and Xianxia looked at each other and gently wiped Lin Ling's body like virtuous wives. Oh! At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. Brother Ling, you're awake. Looking at Lin Ling, Yu and the others immediately smiled excitedly. Lin Ling touched the back of his head, as if he was still a little dazed. Then, the experience of this period of time flowed through his mind. He immediately reacted and could not help but smile. Is Lord Red Jade Tiger all right? He's fine, just a little weak. Lord Eighth, Lord Red Jade Tiger, and the others came to see you, but I chased them away. How long have I slept this time? 3 days and 3 nights. After talking for a while, Lin Ling was speechless. It seemed that this time he was really exhausted. After that, Lin Ling did not plan to do anything. He carried his 2 beautiful wives and walked out of the barracks. Looking at the starry night, they all talked about the past. At this moment, they were at peace. At this moment, Lin Ling also seemed to have removed his armor and returned to the fields. Any murderous intent, any battle, any goal, was suppressed deep in his heart. Only that warm moment lingered between the 3 of them. After arriving at the martial gods' camp from the rainforest's sacred land, everyone had been constantly fighting and constantly growing stronger. Now that Lin Ling could be considered to have gained a firm foothold in Pine Prefecture, he could finally relax. Not long after, the Fire Spirit Princess also arrived. She hugged Lin Ling in surprise. The 4 of them found a quiet hill and lay there, looking at the starry sky. In the distance, Chi Yuhu and the others knew that Lin Ling had woken up. They all excitedly smiled, but they didn't dare to disturb Lin Ling. This fellow is truly a man. He has been fighting ever since he left the Martial God Battalion. That's right. He used to be a small soldier, but today, even I have to look up to him. We've got a backup. Let's go and have a few drinks. Lord Eighth and Scarlet Jade Tiger looked at each other and left with a smile. And on the hill, Lin Ling and his several beautiful wives were talking about the past. They talked about the second dream, talked about the 7 profound martial house, and even talked about acquaintances. I wonder how he is doing. He should be married by now. When I have time, I'll go back and see him. As parents, we are really incompetent. There's also Sister Susu, Sister Mengyun, Sister Xiaolan, grandfather, mother, and grandfather. I haven't seen them in a long time. Big brother is waiting for me at 5 Ring City. When the time comes, I'll call him and go back together. Unknowingly, the night quietly passed. The next day, Lin Ling appeared at the Martial God Battalion in high spirits. He looked at all the soldiers who were looking at him with indifference. Sir, everyone in the Martial God Battalion knelt on one knee. They were excited, proud. This was because their marshal was the strongest of the generation, Lin Ling. Someone has killed their way into our Martial God Battalion. This is a disgrace to the Martial God Battalion. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Now they have killed our people and are looking for trouble. Instead, they are slandering us for being arrogant. Everyone, what should we do? Lin Ling glanced at the army and said coldly. In the distance, Lord 8th, Red Jade Tiger, and the others smiled. They had handed the martial stage to Lin Ling, a junior. The army raised their heads and let out a cry filled with killing intent. Not long ago, Zhang Qingyang had passed by. Out of curiosity, he had killed a soldier and disrupted Lin Ling's treatment of the Red Jade Tiger. This person was truly arrogant. He had no idea that his arrogant actions had indirectly caused the deaths of many people. Perhaps Zhang Qingyang himself did not know. His actions were all subconscious because he was an exceptional talent from Five Ring City. He even thought that it was natural for the Martial God Battalion's army to be afraid of him. But this time, we will kill our way into Five Ring City and bring back Zhang Qingyang's head, Lin Ling said with killing intent. He did not show any mercy. The army also erupted with killing intent that surged into the sky. They did not provoke others, but others could not trample on the Martial God Battalion's dignity either. Five Ring City is a place where ordinary people cannot enter. Therefore, I will personally kill my enemies on behalf of the Martial God Battalion, especially Mo Lao. I will bring back his head to prove that our Martial God Battalion will not tolerate humiliation. Lin Ling planned to settle accounts one by one, especially Mo Lao. He had to kill him. This was because if Red Jade Tiger had not blocked a calamity for him, he, Lin Ling, would have died long ago. Wait for my news. Lin Ling did not plan to bring anyone with him. He set out alone. His strength had increased greatly, so he wanted to fight a tough battle and test his limits. The Martial God Battalion awaits Sir's return. The Martial God Battalion's banner immediately fluttered. Lin Ling's trip to Five Ring City was to establish the Martial God Battalion's might. This guy really wants to see the world burn. Lord 8th and the others looked at each other and laughed. In fact, they also wanted to take revenge. However, Lin Ling was obviously more anxious than them. At this moment, Lin Ling used the 5-realm speed and arrived at Qing Province after a short period of time. Qing Province was still bustling with noise and excitement. This ancient city was incomparably vast and contained endless secrets of the universe. Moreover, Lin Ling did not know if it was because of the Qing Province divine bell, but he noticed that many divine runes seemed to have appeared in the sky of Qing Province, rolling like clouds. Lin Ling could even occasionally hear some ancient breathing sounds. 3 long breaths and 2 short breaths. Every time they breathed, the spiritual energy in the sky would circulate. The mysterious old man I saw on the cloud road last time also breathed like this. It seems that existences beyond the true immortal realm have the rhythm of heaven and earth with their breathing. Lin Ling landed in Qing Province and quickly passed through First Ring City. He arrived at Second Ring City and took a look at Gong Yangjiang and the others before leaving. The main goal of this trip was Third Ring City. This was because he had never been to Fifth Ring City, and even if he did not know where Mo Lao was. Therefore, he had to find someone familiar to lead the way. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that Lord 8th and the others were definitely behind him. As for the reason for coming to Third Ring City, it was very simple. Lin Ling wanted to find the Holy King's residence. Not long ago, people from the Holy King's residence came to the Martial God Barracks and acted arrogantly. This made Lin Ling not have a good impression of the Holy King's residence. When he came to Third Ring City again, Lin Ling sighed. When he came here for the first time, he was chased by Lei Tianlan and caused an uproar. The whole city knew about it. Now, he was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. The biggest power in Third Ring City was the Military Council Hall. However, the Holy King's residence was also extremely famous here. In the past, Lin Ling and the Holy King's residence had a grudge because of the Holy Xiaobao. Chapter 2763. So he was Lin Ling. Congratulations, congratulations. The Holy King has a son. He must be a dragon among men. Men, welcome Grand Duke Lin's men. At this moment, the Holy King's residence was celebrating. Because the current residence lord had given birth to a son, all the factions in Three Ring City had come to celebrate. This child was born with a vision, and a bell rang not long ago. Looks like this child is blessed by the heavens. In my opinion, this child will definitely be more promising than Xing Xiaobao and Xing Taibao. Don't mention the Xing Taibao brothers. If they hadn't fallen, how could the Holy King have a son? That's true. One by one, the experts entered the mansion. These experts possessed monstrous strength. They were people who could shake the entire three-ring city with a single stomp. On the streets far away from the Holy King's residence, many martial artists were watching, their eyes filled with envy. This was a formidable person. With such a joyous occasion, all the big shots in Qingzhou had come to congratulate him. However, at this moment, a young man in a blue and white robe came from afar. He took a look at the luxurious residence and strode over. Who's this? The crowd was surprised. After all, compared to the other guests, this young man was much more low-key. The others had come on cheilants, white cranes, and other palaces. Moreover, the experts who were preparing to enter the Holy King's residence were also looking at the young man in confusion. They didn't recognize this person. Most importantly, he was too young. Could he be a descendant of some ancient emperor? Unfortunately, the young man ignored the gazes of the experts and entered the main hall. At this moment, the main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Dazzling treasure light illuminated the entire hall, and the spiritual qi was extremely dense. The experts who had come to congratulate him had all brought gifts, and they were obviously extraordinary treasures. Moreover, the sound of discussion could be heard from time to time. Many people felt honored to have been invited by the Holy King's residence. Among them, there was no lack of geniuses. They felt like they had ascended to the top of Qingzhou. These geniuses had obviously been recruited by the Holy King's residence. Hey, isn't this heavenly spear gentleman? Looks like you've also entered Third Ring City. TSK, impressive. If I remember correctly, you've only been the second generation of Tsongling Academy for 500 years. You're flattering me. Senior brother Kanyang must have been recognized to be here. That's Yu Tianxiang. She's so beautiful. Worthy of being called a proud daughter of heaven. Compared to the coldness of some old monsters, these youths were full of vigor. They gathered together and chatted with each other. Their words were mixed with flattery. Because every single person who could appear here was a true genius, an existence that stood above tens of thousands of people, an existence that was revered and revered. Among them, a woman as beautiful as a fairy received the most attention. She wore a moon-white robe and was indeed very beautiful. In the face of everyone's flattery, she only responded with a faint smile. However, right at this moment, her eyes suddenly lit up because a blue-robed young man had entered. Most importantly, this young man was obviously different from the others. He didn't have any fear or arrogance, and his expression was very calm. Moreover, he didn't join the circle of geniuses, and he acted as he pleased instead. Who is this? He must be a new genius recruited by the Holy King's residence. But isn't he a little too arrogant? He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks he's the only genius recruited by the Holy King's residence. He doesn't know that there's always someone better than him. Junior sister Tianxiang, am I right? The other youths saw Yu Tianxiang staring at the blue-robed young man and immediately spoke with disdain. Yu Tianxiang also nodded. At first, she thought that the blue-robed young man had some personality, but after thinking about it, she thought that he was just trying to please the crowd. The mansion master has arrived. At this moment, a voice rang out, and the hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's wooden heads looked at the leader's seat, and smiles appeared on their faces. The geniuses were even more nervous. The Holy King was a powerhouse that they had to look up to. However, just as everyone was waiting for the Saint King to appear at the head of the table, a sudden change occurred. A young man wearing a blue and white robe strode forward and sat down at the head of the table under countless shocked gazes. He seemed to think that he was an existence that surpassed the Holy King's. At this moment, the hall was in an uproar. The geniuses were all shocked. Even Yu Tianxiang's beautiful eyes narrowed. Wasn't that the blue-robed young man from before? How dare you? At the same time, angry shouts rang out. How dare you try to steal the master's seat? Do you want to die? Under those shouts, the Holy King and a group of powerhouses walked out from the corridor beside the hall. Among them, a woman holding a baby looked at the young man in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect the young man to be so arrogant. I'm Lin Ling and I'm here for one thing. However, before the crowd was ready to do anything, the young man in the main seat spoke. As soon as his voice fell, it was as if the earth had been broken and the sky had been shattered. Lin Ling? The strongest Lin Ling of the generation? He's Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. The geniuses who were disdainful of Lin Ling all paled, especially the handsome men. At this moment, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole to hide their faces. They thought that being recruited by the Holy King's residence was something to be proud of. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling's unique personality, they were disdainful and thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. But now, they didn't think so. This was because Lin Ling was a top genius who surpassed them. In front of Lin Ling, they were like babies. So, he's Lin Ling. Yu Tianxiang's pretty face was burning. No wonder the blue-robed young man didn't want to be associated with them. So that's why. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared and was replaced by a strange kind of worship. Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? Do you think that the Holy King's residence doesn't exist? After a short moment of silence, an old man angrily shouted. Although he had heard of Lin Ling's name, Lin Ling was stealing the master's position. This was also a humiliation to the Holy King's residence. I'm sorry, I really do think that the Holy King's residence doesn't exist. But who knew that Lin Ling would directly admit it? You. The old man was obviously the Holy King's residence's housekeeper. At this moment he was furious. Lin Ling was still arrogant? This was simply trampling on the Holy King's residence. Stop! However, the Holy King immediately said, waving his hand to stop the housekeeper's unnecessary actions. He frowned at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you and I have minded our own business. What brings you here today? He had obviously compromised. One had to know that Lin Ling had killed 2 of his sons. The Holy King's residence should have regarded Lin Ling as a great enemy. But now, he didn't mention a word about this matter. Obviously, he was afraid of Lin Ling. There's something I need your help with. Help me find someone. Lin Ling picked up the wine on the table and drank directly, as if he was the Holy King of the Holy King's residence. Chapter 2764. The Holy King compromised. You don't have a choice. Not long ago, someone from your Holy King residence went to my Martial God Battalion and killed one of my soldiers. The Martial God Battalion must avenge this grudge. If you don't cooperate, then I'll eradicate the Holy King residence. Lin Ling was still drinking. His voice was calm, but his words were not calm. They were filled with coldness. Eradicate the Holy King residence. This sentence caused the hearts of countless experts in the hall to tremble. Annihilating the Holy King residence just because of a disagreement? Lin Ling was really domineering. Who do you think you are? The steward could no longer hold back after being humiliated like this. Although Lin Ling was the strongest of his generation, he could only defeat a 7th-layer True God Realm expert. The Holy King residence had many people stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's talent was the only thing they were afraid of. However, Lin Ling ignored the steward and looked at the Holy King. The Holy King's eyes flickered. According to the rules, if he agreed to Lin Ling's request, it would be a great humiliation to the Holy King. Not to mention, today was his big day. Lin Ling came to cause trouble. This was like giving the Holy King residence 3 resounding slaps. But in the long run, Lin Ling was indeed not someone he could afford to offend. If he refused today, the Martial God Battalion would come knocking on his door in the future. Lin Ling was like a hedgehog, whoever provoked him would die. There were many examples, such as Lei Tianlan, the Grim Reaper, and the Left Prime Minister's disciples. Which one of these people wasn't famous in the 4th Ring City? There were even some big shots from the 5th Ring City, but in the end, they were all annihilated. The Holy King didn't think that he was more powerful than Lei Tianlan and the others. All right, I agree. Thinking of this, the Holy King nodded, causing an uproar in the hall. The Holy King was afraid of Lin Ling. Especially those young geniuses, each and every one of them was tongue-tied. One had to know that after becoming a member of the Holy King's mansion, each and every one of them were complacent. But now, Lin Ling had begun to threaten the Holy King's mansion. Compared to Lin Ling, the difference between them was not small at all. However, today is my son's 1-month-old birthday, so I hope we can discuss it tomorrow. The Holy King added. Right now, the third ring city, second ring city, and even the first ring city had a large number of experts and forces. He naturally couldn't ignore them. No, we must set off immediately. However, Lin Ling shook his head. This sentence made the Holy King's pupils dilate, and he almost attacked Lin Ling. However, he immediately realized that since Lin Ling dared to come here so arrogantly, would there be no one behind him? Perhaps, the moment he attacked, the Holy King's mansion would be destroyed. And his son, who had just been born, would fall again. In fact, this was indeed the case. Outside the Holy King's mansion, Lord Eighth and a group of experts were waiting quietly in the restaurant, and there were signs that they were about to attack. In the past, if Red Jade Tiger had not been injured, they would have already gone to seek revenge. Therefore, the choice that Lin Ling made today was actually their choice. However, Lin Ling was the marshal of the Martial Gods Battalion, so they handed the martial stage to Lin Ling. All right, let's set off immediately. At this moment, the Holy King finally made up his mind. However, after so many years in Qingzhou, this was the first time he had suffered such great humiliation. And the person who threatened him was not a local hero of Qingzhou, but a low-level cultivator from the myriad worlds. All of this was like a dream to him. Then let's be on our way. Lin Ling also stood up, picked up the wine jug, and walked towards the door. I know you're not convinced, but you have to know that it was your Holy King's mansion who provoked my Martial Gods Battalion first. Now is the time for you to redeem yourself. Don't miss this opportunity. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, "Why not bad? Next time, if you have the chance, send a congratulatory gift." His words shocked everyone, but no one said anything. The Holy King glanced at his wife and baby, then left with Lin Ling. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. His son, Sheng Xiaobao and Xing Xiaobao, had enmity with Lin Ling and were eventually killed by Lin Ling. However, the Holy King's mansion had no enmity with Lin Ling, so Lin Ling still gave the Holy King's mansion a chance. The Holy King was well aware of this point. I've told you not to provoke Lin Ling. Did my words go in one ear and out the other? Once I return, I will investigate this matter. As for who provoked Lin Ling, it would be best for them to tell me themselves. If I find out who it is, then his branch family and the others will all die. The Holy King said angrily to everyone as he left the hall. Even now, he still didn't know who provoked Lin Ling, but he knew that the person who provoked him wanted to kill the Holy King's mansion. Everyone in the hall started to tremble with fear. Amazing! He's a true genius. Wow! Yu Tianxiang muttered to herself, and the strange light in her eyes intensified. Without using force, he made the ancient Holy King's mansion compromise with just a few words. This is what a warrior should be like. At this moment, outside the Holy King's mansion, Lin Ling and the Holy King walked out together. Everyone on the street was surprised. Isn't this the blue-robed young man from before? Moreover, it's the Holy King's big day, but he didn't stay in the Holy King's mansion and instead came out with this young man. What happened? However, although they were puzzled, they could clearly see that the Holy King was afraid of the mysterious young man. He even followed the blue-robed young man out. He didn't look like a master, but more like a servant. If you help me find Mo Lao, then the Holy King's mansion and I will mind our own business from now on. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Holy King and went straight to the point. What? Divine Dynasty's Judge Mo Lao? Lin Ling, he's from the Imperial Court. Why are you looking for him? Yes. Hearing this, the Holy King's face changed dramatically. Mo Lao was from the Fifth Ring City, and he had a powerful backer. He was not someone he could afford to offend. Kill him, Lin Ling said directly. Thump. The Holy King's heart skipped a beat, and he almost fell to his knees. Killing Mo Lao was no small matter. Lead the way. You have no choice. If you refuse, then I'll destroy the Holy King's mansion." Lin Ling took a step forward, as if he knew that the Holy King would definitely agree. And it was true. The Holy King pondered for a while, and finally smiled bitterly. The Holy King's mansion's younger generation, who offended Lin Ling for no reason, could not wait to slap them to death. Unfortunately, the younger generation was already dead, and left behind trouble for the Holy King. As for the choice, the Holy King had already made up his mind. He was only leading the way. He did not offend Mo Lao, but if he did not lead the way, the Holy King's mansion would be destroyed before tomorrow. Therefore, he immediately caught up with Lin Ling, and the two of them headed towards the fifth ring city. "Lin Ling, are you going to kill Mo Lao alone?" the Holy King asked curiously along the way. Lin Ling was one of the strongest geniuses of his generation, but his strength was not enough to run rampant in the fifth ring city. Even the Holy King was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Chapter 2765. They arrived at the fifth ring city. But his backer isn't weak. It's the Imperial Dragon Court, one of the 5 giants of Qing Province. If you kill him, it'll cause a huge uproar in Qing Province. Plus, he's also a judge of Qing Province. His status isn't low either. The Holy King continued. He almost killed my lord. That alone is enough for him to die. I, Lin Ling, don't know what giants of Qing Province or the 9 province are. I only know that those who kill must pay with their lives. Alright, stop talking nonsense. After you complete your mission, the Holy King's residents will have no more grudges with me. Lin Ling's voice was firm and cold. The Holy King finally nodded. The two finally arrived at the fifth ring city. Before they even entered, Lin Ling stopped in front of the huge city gates with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was because his soul force sensed a terrifying aura soaring into the sky. He even saw an illusory ancient bell that was vaguely suppressing the Azure Province and even the myriad realms. The fifth ring city was indeed the core of Qing Province. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although it wasn't the Holy King's first time here, he always felt the pressure. He glanced at Lin Ling as if he wanted Lin Ling to back out. Let's enter. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't say much and strode into the city. The city gates were huge, but there were no experts guarding the city. Instead, there were 2 statues that looked like cheetahs and tigers sitting on the ground. These 2 statues were like majestic mountains, making those who entered the city feel small and insignificant. The statues were actually the guardian beasts of the city. Those who didn't have the right to enter the city would be obliterated. Just as he was about to step through the gates, a blue light swirled in front of him. A ray of light fell on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling paused for a moment, but he continued forward. He knew that the ray of light from before was to check his identity. Right now, he was the Grand Marshal of the 6 armies and the strongest of the generation. Most importantly, he was from the Imperial Court, so the fifth ring city acknowledged his existence. What a terrifying ancient city. This is the real Qing Province. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He had a feeling that the fifth ring city was a living creature. After entering the city, what entered his eyes wasn't a bustling scene. There were green mountains, clear waters, oceans, and deserts. It was as if he had come to another world. This completely different scene caused Lin Ling to be extremely shocked. Could this 5-ring city be the universal void? This way. Remember, in the 5-ring city, apart from the true experts, no one is allowed to fly unless they don't want to live anymore. The Holy King immediately reminded Lin Ling and nodded. Both of them walked in another direction, but on the way, more and more people were coming. These people's strength was monstrous, making it impossible to see through their cultivation level. Of course, after Lin Ling and the Holy King passed by, they looked at Lin Ling and the Holy King with deep meaning. After an unknown period of time, they finally arrived at the desert. A majestic city appeared in front of them, and colorful divine lights shrouded the city. This was a city within a city? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. That city is where Mo Lao lives. The Holy King explained and stopped walking. He obviously didn't dare to get too close to the ancient city and provoke Mo Lao. Your mission is complete. You can go back. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the ancient city. He was still shocked. He didn't expect Mo Lao's mansion to be so huge. Although Mo Lao's status was high, he was clearly not an overlord in the Five-Ring City. If such a person could own a city, it was hard to imagine how big the other experts' mansions were. At this moment, although the Holy King left, he didn't leave. He stayed in the distance and looked at Lin Ling. He still didn't believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill Mo Lao. Isn't this the Agamadu? You've returned from your training? Remember, don't wander around. You can only walk in this city. If you leave, you'll die without a doubt. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. I know this, but I don't have the right to walk around the Five-Ring City as I please. Master has come out from his training? Damn it, Master has been crippled. I heard that it was caused by a junior named Lin Ling. Before they even got close to the ancient city, Lin Ling was a little surprised. This was because there were many Mo Lao's disciples in the city. Those disciples weren't qualified to enter the Five-Ring City. They could only walk freely in Mo Lao's territory. Mo Lao's territory should have a teleportation barrier that allowed these disciples to come here without going through the city gates. Who is it? Are you here to take me as your master? In the desert, Lin Ling walked alone. If he was a lone swordsman, he would have been discovered by the people in the ancient city. I'm Lin Ling. I'm here to kill Mo Lao. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, stirring up a sandstorm in the desert. He slashed towards the ancient city in front of him. Rumble! A corner of the magnificent city immediately collapsed. The people in the city were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a crazy person. As for the Holy King in the distance, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that Lin Ling would choose to assassinate him. Who knew that this guy would kill his way into the city? This made him glad that he made the choice. If he didn't help Lin Ling would really destroy the Holy King's residence. How dare you? Where did this ignorant junior come from? In the ancient city, it was as if a riot had broken out. A large number of people rushed out of the city. However, what greeted them was a dense swords. Irrelevant people, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Those swords revealed their sharpness. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice also floated out. So arrogant. Do you want to die? Kid, do you know where this is? I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. A large number of people laughed. Everyone thought that the young man was crazy. Not to mention, Mo Lao was the god's inquisitor of Qingzhou. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. Moreover, Mo Lao was a member of the imperial court. Not many people in Five-Ring City would dare to kill him. I'll count off for you. 1, 2, 3. What was ironic was that the people outside the ancient city were not surprised. Instead, they neatly counted off. Moreover, the sound of laughter was mixed in. Everyone looked at the lone swordsman coming from the desert mockingly. A bunch of idiots. Lin Ling has already said his name and they still haven't reacted. In the distance of the great desert, the sage king shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, Lin Ling was a man of his word. Since he dared to come and kill Elder Mo, he must not fear the heavens and earth. Therefore, this group of people was simply courting death. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward. Around him, a large number of swords followed. In front of him was a large number of martial artists. They neatly counted off their numbers and rushed into the sky. My neck is right here. Come and kill me. Some of the strong cultivators who were bored with cultivation seemed to have found some fun. Therefore, they raised their necks arrogantly and let Lin Ling kill them. However, Lin Ling still didn't make a move. 9. 10. Chapter 2766. 18 Ancient Desert Godly Eagles. Lin Ling was not one to kill indiscriminately. However, he knew that if he wanted to kill Mo Lao, there would be people stopping him. Hence, he gave them 10 breaths of time. Now, time was up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Shura sword formation shot towards the ancient city like a meteor with a murderous aura. Playing with swords? You're too weak. The experts had yet to react. They were even shaking their heads in disdain. Some people also used their own swords. However, the swords in the sky were as ethereal as the wind, with a touch of the melody of the wind. Their swords slashed out, but they could not even touch the Shura sword. If Lin Ling's previous swords relied on his sword heart to break through his enemies, then his current swords were more carefree and elegant. It was as if a peerless swordsman was using a sword. This was because the 365 swords now had a touch of the melody of the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Flowers of blood bloomed in the desert. One life after another was cut down. No one could stop it. This time, those who were reporting were all dumbfounded. Only now did they realize how stupid their previous actions were. Moreover, that lone swordsman was not joking. He was really here to kill Mo Lao. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would destroy Buddha. What a terrifying sword. Hurry up and enter the city. Hurry up. No one dared to be arrogant anymore. It was as if they saw the Grim Reaper walking towards the ancient city. Rumble. The huge city gates closed. The huge gates that looked like they were made of iron and stone seemed to want to stop any intruders. Boom. However, it did not last long. Lin Ling appeared in front of the city gates. The realm-swallowing beast descended. He punched out, causing the city gates to explode. The billowing shockwaves killed all the warriors near the city gates. Rumble. Moreover, as the city gates collapsed, the walls of the ancient city fell one after another. The sound was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This scene, which seemed to have destroyed a city with a single punch, caused the corners of the sacred king's mouth to twitch. He was even more glad that he had made the right choice. Lin Ling was not someone he could afford to offend. What's going on? Someone is causing trouble in Mo Lao's territory? Interesting. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Who is that person? I was here before. I heard it was a junior called Lin Ling. I don't know who this Lin Ling is. Lin Ling, he seems to be from the strongest generation. He actually came to kill Mo Lao? Above the boundless desert, more and more experts came from afar. These experts were not weak. They were all in the middle stage of the true God realm, and there were even existences that surpassed the true God realm. They were both surprised and curious. They didn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. Could it be that he was deliberately mystifying things? Five Ring City was obviously bigger than the other ancient cities. It was as if it was endless. All the strongest ancient martial art practitioners in Qingzhou had gathered in the city. At that moment, many ancient martial art practitioners were watching the happenings in the desert from afar. Of course, they also thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things and had lost his mind. Perhaps in the next moment, Mo Lao would appear and Lin Ling would run away after behaving atrociously. Boom. However, at this moment, the walls of the ancient city were unable to bear the heavy burden and completely collapsed. The sound of the collapse shook the surroundings. This was no longer deliberately mystifying things. As for the ancient martial art practitioners in the city, all of their expressions changed greatly. They finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. They all threw down the weapons in their hands and stood there like wooden puppets. They didn't dare to move, and their gazes fell on the dust-filled ground in front of them. A faintly discernible figure finally walked out from the billowing dust. The moment he appeared, everyone's hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Where is Mo Lao? I, Lin Ling, am here to kill him. Finally, a cold, murderous voice floated out, causing the entire city to go silent. No one dared to open their mouths. However, at this moment, an angry voice rang out in the city. Obviously, such an earth-shattering commotion had been noticed by the owner. How dare you! In the ancient city, a sandstorm erupted and spiraled into the sky. Then, a large number of figures shot out from the city and appeared before everyone's eyes. The person in the lead was Mo Lao. He looked at Lin Ling ferociously. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill his way into his territory. One must know that just yesterday, he was still laughing and joking with others that if Lin Ling wasn't lucky, Lin Ling would have been crippled by him. Now, it was the Red Jade Tiger who took the hit for Lin Ling. However, just as he finished speaking yesterday, Lin Ling came today and killed a large number of his disciples and grand-disciples. It was as if he wanted to eradicate all of his roots. This was also the first time that he, Mo Lao, had been so arrogantly trampled on in his territory. "Trash, I'm here to kill you." However, even though Mo Lao appeared, Lin Ling was still not afraid. He pointed his sword at Mo Lao. "Rebel! Rebel! You're rebelling. I don't believe that you, Lin Ling, alone can kill me. Whoever kills him, I'll reward them handsomely." Mo Lao pointed at Lin Ling and roared. He was crippled, and all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Who knew that before he could settle the score with Lin Ling would come knocking on his door? This made him furious. "I'll do it." A man who looked to be in his 40s walked out from the crowd. He was also Mo Lao's disciple, but he wasn't a genius. However, his cultivation realm wasn't weak. He was in the stage 8 True God realm. Its 13th senior brother, Desert Smoke. The people in the ancient city were all excited. Mo Lao had many disciples, and 18 of them were the most famous. They were known as the 18 Ancient Desert Eagles. Not only were they the first to follow Mo Lao, but they were also his last disciples. Desert Smoke was one of them. "Lin Ling, I heard that you can defeat a Stage 7 True God Realm expert, but I'm only in the Stage 8 True God Realm. You want to kill my master? Dream on." The man looked at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. After he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. His talent was awakening the divine body, but his martial arts level wasn't low. It was actually a middle grade 5 martial arts. "My martial arts are strong, and it can suppress those geniuses who think they have great talent." The endless clouds turned into a huge saber and slashed down at Lin Ling from the sky. This saber had the power of the ultimate saber Dao, and his saber heart had reached 80%. Desert Smoke, don't underestimate him. He has already reached the Stage 6 True God realm. Compared to when he was on the Heavenly Transcendence ranking, his strength has at least doubled. Mo Lao calmed down after his anger. He was surprised that Lin Ling had only used a year's time to break through 2 levels. What a monster! Stage 6 True God realm. The martial artists who were previously excited were stunned. They immediately felt that something was wrong. However, when they saw that Mo Lao didn't seem to be afraid, they immediately felt relieved. How could a junior kill a 5-ring city's divine adjudicator so easily? "Master, don't worry. I may not be able to kill him, but I will definitely make him look bad. If I can't defeat him, I will immediately withdraw and let senior brother take over." In the sky, Desert Smoke's voice floated out. He was extremely confident. "It's good that you can think this way. I feel that since he used a year to break through, his realm is definitely not solid enough. Perhaps there will be consequences." Mo Lao immediately nodded. Although Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated, his disciple couldn't be killed so easily. Chapter 2767. The First Talent of the Past. Rumble. The rolling cloud blades were destroyed by a single punch. The punch was like a shooting star, piercing through the man's chest. Lin Ling's strength had increased a few times compared to when he was on the Heavenly Transcendence rankings. He only needed to integrate a Dantian, and with the power of the godly demon body, he could easily deal with Desert Smoke. The ancient city was silent. Mo Lao's mouth was wide open. He had not finished speaking, and he wanted to use this opportunity to teach his disciple. But Lin Ling did not give him any chance. "Junior brother Grand Desert." Seeing the man killed by a single punch, an angry voice came from the ancient city. "You killed my senior brother?" At the same time, rolling rocks suddenly appeared on the street and rolled towards Lin Ling like a wheel of heaven and earth. Wherever they passed, the street was immediately destroyed. This was another one of Mo Lao's last disciples. Seeing this, the people cheered, hoping that the disciple would kill Lin Ling. "Not only will I kill your senior brother, I'll kill you." Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to see how many people would be able to protect Elder Mo, who had become a cripple. "Go!" The Ashura sword formation shot out like a torrent of swords. The huge rock was cut into pieces, unable to block the sword's sharpness. The rock was a true god martial spirit, but it was useless. On the street, a burly youth appeared. He was covered in wounds, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was also a Stage 8 True God, and he had comprehended a true god martial spirit, but it was useless against Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but a sword slashed across the sky, leaving a sword mark on his neck. Then he fell to the ground unwillingly. "Emo Lao, let all your disciples come." The disciple who attacked had just died, and Lin Ling's cold laughter was heard. The whole city was in panic, including Emo Lao. Lin Ling had become so strong? This didn't conform to the norm. After all, to break through 2 levels in a year, one's realm would definitely be unstable. But looking at it now, Lin Ling didn't show any signs of instability in his realm. On the contrary, his realm was incomparably solid. "Go kill him." Although he was surprised, Emo Lao was still confident. "My 18 disciples are all dragons among men. You were just lucky to defeat 2 of them. Don't be too proud." Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 16 figures shot out from the ancient city. There were both young and old people, but they were all in the late stage of the True God realm, and there were even existences in the 9th level of the True God realm. Meanwhile, they could clearly enter and leave 5 Ring City as they pleased. Some of them were even the Academy's past exceptional talents. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Since you came to our territory, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. If you don't kowtow to my master 3 times, it will be useless even if people from the Imperial Dynasty come." One of the senior brothers, who had a high status, pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. A true god martial spirit appeared behind him. It was 9 streams of dragon-like energy that intertwined with each other. It was thick and majestic. This person had actually unsealed his true god martial spirit and had the power to seal the world. This meant that Lin Ling was sealed in his true god martial spirit and couldn't leave the ancient city. The others weren't weak either. The strongest generation of Lin Ling? This is your first time in 5 Ring City, right? Do you really think 5 Ring City is a place where you can walk as you please? You caused my master to be crippled. This grudge will be on you. They spoke one after another. A pair of drumsticks appeared in someone's hands. The true god martial spirit was a blood drum. As he beat, the blood of thousands of martial artists boiled and some even lost their minds. Clearly, his true god martial spirit could affect people's minds. Someone stretched out his hand and a light flickered. A shuttle floated above his hand. It looked extraordinary and was a 9th-grade immortal treasure. It was extremely sharp. It could be said that each of these 16 disciples had a powerful trump card. They were Emo Lao's pride. At this moment, Emo Lao sneered, "Come and kill me, Lin Ling. If you don't kill me, you're a coward." He didn't believe that Lin Ling could really kill him. One had to know that among his disciples, there were a few who were stronger than the Grim Reaper. It was just that they had cultivated for too long, which caused them to fall out of the ranks of the geniuses. Lin Ling can't escape even if he grows wings. Now, I don't know how he will face this. Maybe he's regretting it. The martial artists in the ancient city whispered. Previously, they were scared of Lin Ling. However, Emo Lao's disciples had all moved out and controlled the situation in the end. As for the desert far away from the ancient city, the eyes of the ancient martial artists flickered. He had fought 16 people in a row, and each of them was extremely strong. How could Lin Ling win? This guy is too impulsive after all. Yes. However, I believe that since he dared to come here, there must be someone supporting him. Now, he should hand over the mastermind. Yes. That's right. Yes. The ancient martial artists were all looking forward to seeing who the strong person behind Lin Ling was. However, facing these 16 disciples, did Lin Ling really need to call out the mastermind? Just 16 pieces of trash. Emo Lao, you can watch me kill all of your disciples with your own eyes. You won't be able to save a single one. Yes. In the ancient city, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. At this moment, his killing intent soared. It was as cold as a sword and as fierce as a flame. Against his enemies, Lin Ling would never be soft-hearted. If he couldn't kill Emo Lao today, then he would be ashamed to face Lord Red Jade Tiger. What arrogance! Yes. The 16 disciples didn't expect that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant at this time. Do you think that I only increased my cultivation level? To me, the first generation of the past is just a chicken's mouth. Lin Ling's cold smile became more and more obvious. After he finished speaking, the realm-swallowing beast exploded. Its huge mouth looked as if it was going to swallow the entire ancient city. This divine body is so strange. Everyone's body began to tremble, as if they had seen a ferocious creature from the ancient era. However, it wasn't over yet. The ancient flame coffin descended. The flame god's heart was also jumping. At this moment, Lin Ling's two great divine body talents exploded, and the two dantians merged at the same time. Boom! His sword immediately exploded with flames that soared into the sky. He shot forward like a meteor. Sword heart, godly demon body, flame of time, in an instant, merged for the first time. That kind of power was terrifying. With a slash of the sword, the disciple who was beating the drum only saw a meteor crashing down from the sky. When he reacted, his drumstick was shattered, and the blood drum exploded. He didn't even have a chance to say a word before he was killed. Moreover, there was no complicated martial arts. It was just brute force. The powerful force destroyed everything. Junior Lan. The other 15 people were stunned. Lin Ling was like a monster. The first generation of the past? At the same time, Lin Ling's sarcastic voice floated out. The flame sword surged and rushed forward again. I'll stop you. One of the disciples' martial arts was extremely impressive. In a breath, he actually displayed 300 million martial arts. Although they were all advanced grade 4, the amount was huge. His ultimate martial arts were very solid. Chapter 2768. The World of Exceptional Talents. Good. Everyone cheered excitedly. If one person could stop Lin Ling, then the remaining people could easily kill Lin Ling. Even Mo Lao couldn't help but laugh. However, soon after, that expert began to panic. It was because his martial arts were boundless like smoke. Even though he blocked Lin Ling's sword, the clouds surrounding Lin Ling's body actually set his body ablaze. Those clouds weren't clouds, but rather fiery clouds. This meant that if he approached Lin Ling, sooner or later, he would be burned to death. His fire attribute divine body is a bit strange. That expert spoke. Unfortunately, these were the last words of his life, and he was burned to ashes while still alive. This result made everyone's expressions freeze. A moment ago, they thought that Lin Ling had been suppressed, but in the next moment, that past exceptional talent was burned to death. This contrast was too great. Don't get close to him. Close combat is useless against him. Watch me. Someone activated the shuttle in his hands, carrying the sun, moon, and stars, shooting towards Lin Ling. His speed was extremely fast. It's your turn. However, Lin Ling's death god-like eyes landed on that person's body, making that person's heart tremble. He hurriedly activated the shuttle with all his strength, attempting to kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling arrived. However, he quickly discovered that his shuttle couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's speed was actually faster than his shuttle. What's the use of long-range attacks? Lin Ling already appeared in front of that disciple. Another sword. Voila! Blood fell like rain. Another of Mo Lao's disciples died. Whirled in the sleeve Lin Ling, I'm going to seal you. Looking at the decreasing number of junior brothers, the eldest senior brother's eyes turned red. With a wave of his sleeve, 9 beams of light strangely appeared around Lin Ling, as if they wanted to suck Lin Ling into them. This was the heaven and earth sleeve, capable of sealing a martial artist in the void. Moreover, the void would constantly shrink, causing the martial artist to be unable to move. That was the power of his true god martial spirit. Moreover, he also had a divine body. I must succeed. Mo Lao mumbled to himself. Even the people of Gu City and the other disciples were nervous. Swallow. However, Lin Ling's defense was terrifying. The realm-swallowing beast could swallow 70% of the side effects. The true god martial soul, which had special abilities, had little effect on him. Only a powerful force could affect him. The huge mouth actually swallowed all 9 beams of light. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. So was Mo Lao. He even suspected that this was not Lin Ling. Could it be a fake Lin Ling? After all, the current Lin Ling, compared to when he was on the sky surpassing list, had increased his strength by a lot. It was as if he was a completely different person. Another one. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. The eldest senior brother was slashed in half. Who else is there? All of you, come and die. At this moment, Lin Ling felt extremely satisfied and carefree. This was the first time he had used his full strength after leaving the Cloud Road. Even he himself was shocked by the strength of his strength. Senior brother, do you still want to fight? So ferocious. With his strength, I'm afraid there are few who can match him in the later stage of the True God realm. No one below the 10th stage of the True God realm can match him. The remaining disciples did not dare to move. They were afraid of being killed. Then, they all roared in unison. They ignored Mo Lao and planned to escape from Gu City. How dare you! Mo Lao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Now that he was crippled, he could only rely on these disciples to protect him. However, who knew that these loyal disciples would be frightened by Lin Ling and abandon him? Trying to escape. However, how could Lin Ling allow these disciples to do as they wished? One had to know that they had besieged Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was not powerful enough, he would have died in Gu City. Therefore, if they wanted to escape when they were weaker than him, they were dreaming. Activating the 6 realms speed, Lin Ling's sword was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting one life after another. We have already escaped. Why did you kill us all? We betrayed our sect. Lin Ling, spare our lives. The disciples' faces were pale. They no longer had the might of the 18 ancient desert godly eagles. Instead, they looked like 18 little birds. They were actually killed to such an extent. The people in the ancient city all trembled inwardly, because in the great desert region, the 18 ancient desert divine eagles were extremely well known. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably, advancing and retreating together. They had previously established countless battle accomplishments, and many exceptional talents were defeated under their joint efforts. But now, they were being slaughtered into utter defeat. Rumble. In the desert, sandstorms erupted from time to time. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting. This attracted even more ancient martial artists to come and watch. They were all shocked because they saw the 18 ancient desert godly eagles that were escaping in all directions being defeated one by one. Lin Ling. In Gu City, Mo Lao's voice was extremely ferocious. Those 18 ancient desert godly eagles were cultivated with his life's effort. Now that they were being slaughtered by Lin Ling, as their master, he could not do anything. He could only watch helplessly. Just as the last disciple was being chased by Lin Ling, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Several figures floated in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling in the desert. Senior brother Xianxia. The last person looked at the sky as if he was asking for help. There was a young man in a green robe floating there like an emperor. The few people beside him were also glaring at Lin Ling angrily. Who are you? Do you have to kill them all? Before the young man could speak, a good-looking woman beside him scolded sharply. When his master harmed my master, why didn't he think that he should kill them all? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently while holding the last person's neck with his left hand. Who is your master? The woman frowned. Lin Ling sneered and replied coldly, Red Jade Tiger. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people in the sky changed slightly. Senior brother Xianxia, he's Lin Ling, the new marshal of the Martial God Battalion. The last person shouted anxiously. You're Lin Ling? I personally came to find you, but you didn't dare to face me. Now that I'm not here, you want to flaunt your strength? The young man finally spoke. His words stunned Lin Ling. He looked at the last person in his hand and asked, Is your senior brother Xianxia called Zhang Xianxia? Correct. He's a true exceptional talent and someone from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. Lin Ling, you better let me go quickly. If I'm in a good mood and put in a good word for you in front of senior brother Xianxia, he might spare your life. That person immediately shouted coldly, thinking that Lin Ling was afraid of Zhang Xianxia. If you let him go, are you still a man? Do you only know how to bully the weak? The woman in the sky spoke again. In her opinion, they had gone to the martial god battalion to find Lin Ling, yet Lin Ling had avoided them. This kind of strongest generation was simply unworthy of his reputation. Why aren't you greeting senior brother Qin Yang?